couldn't have been here. Here's the video of me.
Yeah, I try to I
Try
try
to
to
outpace my
stay on
NSA
video.
agent. Like, oh, what do you have on me? Here's what I like.
Yeah.
I couldn't possibly have been burning down that station. It clearly says by the timestamp on my website that I had just posted an article on why we need to start burning down police stations.
Yeah, and I'm also very careful about what I say. It's always very. I make predictions about things that I expect to happen. Like one of these days, the people are gonna rise up and put you motherfuckers against the wall. But I never say that I'll have anything to do with that because that would be a threat.
Well, I probably won't live that long.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I think the Boogaloo might be coming. I was preaching the Boogaloo to a bunch of conservative Republicans yesterday and actually got a good response.
Well, I have always said there are two events that I can see causing the common man to take up arms against the government. If they come for our guns, or if they come for our blood. Like, if they force vaccinations, that is the other event that I think could actually cause normal people to be like, okay, we're done.
It might, but the weird thing is, think of all the interference they already do with your medical care. I mean, I literally, my wife literally had potentially life-saving medicine denied to her because she didn't have permission from the government. And they needed to do some paperwork to get an individual research study started, which is what they call that shit. And they basically what the doctor said is, well, it'll probably take us 6 months to get permission, and she'll be dead in 4. So yeah, I'm not. We're not going to do the paperwork. Which he had no idea how close he came to death that day. I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is a great idea. I'm not saying that the line should be drawn there. I'm saying that seems to be where people draw the line. I mean, like, one of the things that's always bugged the shit out of me is the fact that as long as we've got our guns, we're still free. I mean, not that anyone says that, but you can tell they think that. It's like,
well, they know their options remain open.
Well, they have the option to become as free as they want to pay for, is what guns do for you.
Yeah, but of
although
course,
it helps to be surrounded by people who are not insane and also, or people who are not hardcore statists and also have guns. That helps.
I'm really curious.
Makes me feel safer.
What's been happening to the level of gun ownership over the last decade? It was falling for a couple of decades.
So
I have a vague feeling it might be rising.
I have
now.
no idea.
Just recently, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know this, but like gun sales have shot through the roof. But the really interesting part about that is that like 40% of them are first-time gun owners.
Yeah. There's also, I was reading, a big influx of new black gun owners, which is good.
Yes.
Thank you. I hated it when I'd say something like, you should get yourself armed. They're like, that's a white thing. And I'm like, dude, y'all have needed protection way more than I have over the last 400 years. You please go ahead. And of course, there is a certain risk to it. There is, the Philandro Castile happening. Are you aware of that one?
I'm not familiar with that name now.
He was a black man. I don't know where he was. Maybe Minneapolis or Minnesota or Wisconsin or something. But he was a black man.
The guy
he
who
was
got
legally carrying.
Yeah, I remember him.
He was legally open carrying a firearm. Got pulled over. And got shot by the police.
I think he was in a must declare state was his problem.
Well, he did declare though. He told the cop.
But that was the problem because it's like must declare states are. I mean, everything in government is set up to escalate the situation. You're being pulled over by a cop, and then you are now legally required to say to him, "Hey, I got a gun." There's so many. No.
See, I don't like the legal requirement, but frankly, I always did that even when I wasn't required to. And the reason was 9 times...
Being pulled over in a car?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why, I mean, it's perfectly legal for me to have it. The thing is, 9 times out of 10, if I started talking about my gun, we'd end up talking about my gun for like 20 minutes and then he'd go away without leaving me a ticket.
That is region dependent.
What?
That is region dependent.
It is region dependent, but I've actually had much better luck with. I got pulled over one time in South Carolina, and they towed my car because I didn't have insurance on it at that time. This is when I was working for Citibank, and but I was like, oh, I hate to do that. I've got my gun in the trunk. So instead of leaving me walking, she actually took me and the gun. We got in her car and she drove me back to my hotel, so I didn't have to go walking down the street with my gun or leave it in her impound yard. So that was actually one of the more humane experiences I've had with cops. But
yeah, the more humane method of stealing your car.
Yeah, and well, I mean, some things are better than others. Sometimes they steal your car, sometimes they steal your car and shoot you in the face. I like the first better than the second. The second hasn't actually happened.
But it's just
to
where
me yet,
I think where we put the standard
Must
is
be
very
why
important.
you're so pretty.
It's like the baseline shouldn't be like this was a non-violent theft, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, the
baseline
the
shouldn't be a
standard is
lot
the
of
nap,
things.
and they fail to live up to it.
The baseline shouldn't be a lot of things. Like a very common comment about our current president is, "Hey, he hasn't started any new wars." That shouldn't be the baseline.
I don't know that that's a fair
it
thing to
is.
judge a president on, because I am convinced that the president is not in charge of what wars we go to. I think they might be
you
allowed.
still he
I'm
still needs
sorry,
to be
you're
judged
wrong
on
there.
that shit, because somebody needs to come out and say that straight up if that's what the case is.
But then the judgment would be he's not disclosing things you think need to be disclosed, not that he is actually continuing wars. Because my position is,
Well,
I don't think that
he's
he
not
is actually
disclosing that the
continuing wars.
entire government is a fraud. This is
Okay.
You know, this is more
So,
than, you know.
I am the first person to say that your average American really could use a civics lesson. But even they are vaguely aware of this idea that the president is the commander-in-chief of the military.
But that
at the
doesn't
very
give him the
top-
power to
That
declare
doesn't-
war or conclude peace. That goes to
that's-
Congress.
That's true.
It also doesn't reflect reality.
However, I mean, and like whether a peace is an official peace or not, it gives him the power to say, okay, this many troops need to go from this place to this place.
It doesn't give him any more power than the Fourth Amendment gives me. It's just what they said.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
I don't
If he
understand what that
actually
means.
decided
You get
to do
power
it-
from the Fourth Amendment?
I mean, yeah. Well,
You guys get power?
You're supposed to, but the point is you don't. You're supposed to have the power to tell government agents to fuck off when they want to dig through your shit. You don't, they'll tie you up and do it anyway.
Well, look, if Trump said, hey, I told my military, get 100% of your troops out of Syria by next Thursday, and they refuse to do it. If he hops on Twitter and says, hey guys, we have a problem, I told them to do this and they're not doing it, like,
But
no
that's
one's
a
gonna
different
risk
That
that.
would be a shitstorm.
Yes,
I
it
think
would.
But
Yes, it
that
would.
I
And
mean,
I think
if
they
somebody
know
was
that.
actually
But
that
I think
honest,
they
things
know
might
that.
change.
Yeah.
And I think they know that. So if he actually
Well, it would
gave
change
the order,
immediately with the
pull
Trump-
everyone out of Syria by next Thursday, they fucking know what a shitstorm it would cause if they didn't do that. Because, I mean, whether or
I mean,
not
I
it's-
would be very surprised. I mean, people in the military are usually pretty good about following their orders.
Right.
They take chain of command pretty seriously.
Yes,
So
they do.
Do you have reason to believe that they wouldn't get out, or was that just an example of a weird thing that might happen?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is like, I'm not saying that it will officially be peace. I mean, it's not like it was ever officially war anyway. But I'm saying that if the president wanted to stop these troops from being in places where they're shooting people, it's optional.
Or getting shot at.
Also true.
What's optional?
Like, it's optional. He could say, okay, we're going to get absolutely every single troop on Earth from all the places back into the states by October.
So I understand that the Constitution says that. The Constitution says a lot of shit.
I'm not arguing that.
I disagree that that is the case.
I'm not arguing that that's true because the Constitution says it. I'm arguing that it's true because people believe it. I mean, number one, like, what are they going to do? Break the chain of command? I'm sorry, but like,
well, if they're breaking the chain of command, I'd be really curious to find out who they think they're working for.
Right. I mean, if you're actually breaking the chain of command in the military, okay, most of those troops don't want to be where they can get exploded at. And if the chain of command is not a thing anymore because you're breaking the chain of command, like, you lose all of your legitimacy by breaking the chain of command in the military. So if you're general whatever, if your boss's 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 boss is not following his boss's orders, it really breaks the incentive for you to follow your boss's orders.
I think that is
and
true.
And if you not following your boss's orders might make you not dead, that's a pretty good
I think
incentive.
that is true at the lower levels, much like most large organizations, any organization anywhere near that size. I don't think it's necessarily true at the top. And it's not like the troops on the ground get direct phone calls from the president.
Well, they literally do. It's called Twitter.
Well,
Twitter is
that's not
an
a phone
official
call.
means of communication.
I'm not saying that
not only is
it's
it not a phone call, but it is not a way of delivering binding orders.
It's not an official means of communication. It's not a way of delivering orders. But here's what I'm saying. Like, okay, if we lived in the 20th century instead of the 21st, yeah, you could get away with that. Like, all of your 5-star generals get together and they're like, this asshole does not get to tell us what to do. He's gonna destroy the country.
They do that. They just kill the president.
You don't think the CIA could wipe Twitter if they wanted?
That could happen. That is a possibility. It is possible that
thing
all your generals go,
at least once before.
okay, military coup time.
Yeah, I think it was more likely with Obama than with Trump. I think the military probably likes Trump better than they did Obama.
I guarantee it.
I am close to convinced that there was a conversation that happened with Trump where he was like, why are we doing this? War is expensive. This is bad. What the fuck are we doing? This is bad for business. Let's get everybody out of here. And then the guys with the sunglasses came in and said, actually, you're not.
See,
I don't think it went down like that at all.
I
don't think it went down like that at all. And I'm just trusting in Trump's narcissism for this. Like, he's not going to be intimidated. Like, he will never, under any circumstances, accept that he is less than the top dog at all, ever. Full stop.
Okay,
now,
if his
what I
Secret
do think
Service...
What I do think happened is that he's like, hey, so this is costing us a bunch of money, and that sucks. Let's stop it. And they're like, okay, Mr. President, here's why we need to stay there. And they actually talked him into it and probably stroked his ego and said how great he's going to be by doing this.
See, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it turned out that they showed presidents a copy of the Zapruder film from a different angle, a novel angle that nobody else has seen, where you can really see what's happening, and said, this is what's going to happen not only to you, but to your family if you don't do as you're told.
Yeah, I don't think he
Trump
cares.
is less ungovernable than not only any other president, but most people. That does not mean he is 100%. And look, he's still an evil person.
And less governable.
Yeah.
There was...
he's not a good person. He's evil.
No, none of us are arguing
but
that.
He is still a person. He can be. But we're talking about the full force of the CIA, the NSA, whatever agency it was that shot Kennedy, all combined versus one dude.
And I don't think intimidation is an effective tactic against this particular dude.
I think if you,
Like,
I think he loves his children.
We don't know that's not all they've done.
Well, okay.
I think he loves his children.
You
Are
don't
you
know
familiar
what
with the
they've
Black
done
Eye Club?
No.
Yeah, have a look at the number of like public officials that have showed up with their left eye, always their left eye, black, and it includes Obama, it includes Supreme Court justices, includes a whole lot of people.
Makes me wonder if they've been partially lobotomized.
And well, that's possible. Although I think they just got a demonstration for some reason that they're not really as in charge as they think they are.
And we don't know what they've done already.
And yeah, that would totally work with Obama. Absolutely.
Right, but we don't.
Obama is an intimidatable person.
Punching someone in the face is not the extent of the power of the CIA.
If you tell
Trump,
Trump
that that's all they've done. You don't know what they've done to Barron. You don't know what they've done to Ivanka. You don't know what they've done to any of his. You don't.
If you tell
That's
Trump
true.
that his daughter's going to spend the rest of her life as somebody's sex slave,
then he'll probably find a way to
doesn't-
get you shot.
Well, that depends on how much he believes you. What if it's the Secret Service delivering the fucking
Or
message?
if you've already
the people he depends
or
on.
if you've
Well,
already
we
demonstrated
actually-
your ability
The
to do
Praetorian
this.
Guard in Rome was famous for
there's-
killing emperors.
There's definitely a lot we don't know and maybe even can't know, but there is some that we do know. Okay, so if you look at the Mueller thing, like, head of the FBI comes to him and says, "Just so you know, I've got this file, but, I'll keep it under wraps." Well, I mean, that's an intimidation tactic. It's like, hey, I will totally ruin you unless you play ball.
And Trump,
So
like
we
me,
actually
would post
watched-
that shit to Facebook in 5 seconds, but that does not mean that was step 1. That does not mean that was the last step.
Right. I'm just saying we have an example of intimidation being attempted against him, and it's not an effective tactic.
That doesn't mean they did it good enough the first time. They probably, with their government inefficiency that they are, said this is step 1 for everybody else. That's all we have to do. And so they tried that, and it didn't work.
Government is only inefficient at certain things. Like, if you want to see government be super efficient, like, those motherfuckers
Send
will...
them to murder somebody. They do that great.
Those
Actually, they do that
motherfuckers
really
will write
inefficiently if
a
your goal
bill
is to
on a
murder people.
napkin. I'm not even exaggerating. This isn't hyperbole. They have literally done this. They will write a bill on a napkin if it affects how long their vacation is. If it affects how long their vacation from the Senate is, they will pass that thing in 15 minutes. Not an exaggeration.
Well, that doesn't count as being efficient, though, because I mean, to be efficient, there's supposed to be actually doing something that's useful, not shoving some shit through the sausage machine that never
Sounds
needed
like
to happen.
somebody's got a case of the Sposdas.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not disagreeing at all.
I mean,
like, they are ludicrously inefficient at serving the public.
Yeah.
They are incredibly efficient at serving themselves.
Yeah, I would say that's true, but
So
that's
I think
not
that,
supposed to be
okay,
the function of government.
I mean, we happen to know, no, it certainly isn't. But, we happen to know, here is an example that became public of what happened when someone tried to intimidate the president.
Okay, so a person
It was not
failed
effective.
a
Now,
time. That
if
does not mean they continued to fail for the past solid 4 years.
Fair enough. But, like,
there have been more
personally-
than one person I couldn't intimidate the first time.
I mean, like, personally, I'm clever enough to not try that shit the first time. And these, I mean, you have to remember, like, a lot of them are not stupid. And they are power addicts. Addicts will do anything to get their fix. Anything. Including being good at their job if they have to. So, okay, it was dumb to try this one, but they did anyway. I wouldn't try intimidating him anyway. Like, that's not how you get at a person like that. That's how you get at everyone else.
If you've got overwhelming force, you can intimidate anybody.
That's not true.
And well, if you don't intimidate them, then you just kill them and move on to the next person. If you have sufficient force to do
look,
it,
there are some people you threaten, and there are some people you buy.
Okay, I'm gonna have to finish a sentence. These people have large groups of people who literally murder people for a living. At their beck and call. They have CIA torturers at their beck and call. If the deep state wants something very, very bad to happen to Trump, they can probably make it happen.
The bank is not going to give up the reserve note tied to oil value just because Trump doesn't like it or doesn't understand it.
I agree with all of those statements.
So
I'm not saying they can't get this done. I'm saying that there's a price to be paid, and there are prices that they're unwilling to pay. Losing their apparent authority, losing their people think that government is legitimate. They're not going to give that up unless they absolutely have to. Like, yeah, you can do it, but you might lose your legitimacy. And that's not a trade that they want to make.
How
That's
would
why
they
they do it
lose
in
their
secret.
legitimacy by threatening Trump?
Well, they did a little bit so far already. But no, I'm saying
They
like
threaten everybody.
well, no, I'm saying like if they actually fulfilled these threats, it would be exposed.
Well, I mean, they haven't announced that most of their murders don't get announced.
And look,
You
here's my point. Here's my actual point in this. Trump can be manipulated.
Okay.
Intimidation is the wrong tactic.
Sometimes intimidation is the only
For
tactic.
him. For him, it's a poor tactic. Almost everybody who ends up that high in government is a power addict. He's actually not addicted to power. He's a narcissist. He's addicted to fame. It's a different personality.
And is
So-
addicted to his family.
Yeah. Well,
He loves his family. I think that
you know, I'm
I
gonna
think
have to
that's
take your
very
word on
clear.
it.
It's one of
I'm gonna have to
it's
take
one
your
of the
word on
few
this.
positive traits I've ever seen in the guys. I think he has real affection for his family.
His kids, at least.
Yeah,
he
I
goes
mean,
through wives, like whatever. but-
Yeah, I don't know about the wife. I think she's I think she's partially just a trophy thing, but you know, he loves his kids. He keeps them working for the family business. They stay working for the family business. You know, most families wouldn't do that.
yeah, that's
even
annoying
though they have
if you
to
try.
work.
Yeah, if you
okay, so
You
if
know.
you just need a job, that's annoying.
So here's sort of the biological root of this.
Mhm.
So when a person is scared, like really, really scared, all of a sudden, they will do one of three things. And depending on your genetic makeup, almost entirely, a little bit of non-genetic, but almost entirely genetic, and kind of random, which one of these it is. They will either run the fuck away immediately, like spook, just like instantaneous quick movement. It's most people. There's a lower subset of people, a less common reaction, and I know this because I actually worked in a haunted house. It's a lot of fun. I don't know why people go to them, but I definitely know why people work them, because that was hilarious. Because almost everybody, they move real quick. Like when you startle them, they move real quick. Now, a smaller percentage of people, they will freeze. They will stand absolutely still. And I mean, why would you want to get away from a predator real quick? Obvious. Why would you want to stay incredibly still? It might not see me yet. Because most predators' vision is based on movement. So that is one of the probable outcomes is freeze. And some people, if you spook them, they punch you.
Mhm.
And it's not a choice, it's just a reaction. It's just what their biology causes them to do. When they get spooked, they punch it.
What effect would any of this have though if basically they're doing a Praetorian Guard thing and he's got a dozen Secret Service agents telling him, "Oh yes, we protect you most of the time, but there's some people who might give us orders to kill you,
Well,
and
yeah.
if they do, we will."
Well, yeah, but
And your family.
He's already got his own security force, which he has always deferred to more than the Secret Service for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you remember when Trump Industries went to war with the United States government? How long did that war last? That's rhetorical. The Trump Industries is, or whatever he calls his company, isn't going to
There
last
have been
for
a lot
long
of people that
up
wanted
against
that
the
man
CIA,
dead for probably
the FBI,
Oh, I'm not-
the NSA, the Secret
At
Service.
what cost? At what cost? I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but it would cost them too dearly. So here's my point.
Half the country would celebrate if they whacked Trump.
Well,
They'd just give him any old lame excuse. Say they feared for their lives.
and half of the country would be rioting in the streets, and it'd be the half that has guns.
Mhm. I was half the country is rioting in the streets now.
Yes, but it's the half that doesn't have guns.
I think they like it. I actually think they want these riots to be happening because I noticed both of the buildups to Black Lives Matter. I watched police brutality quickly or carefully, especially because I was involved with Cop Block. So, you know, I was seeing this shit all the time. And the interesting
police accountability.
thing
Welcome to
is
the
that
club.
this kind of shit has always happened, but every once in a while they start harping on it on the radio. Like they start treating it like it's important on the radio. And usually they treat it like it's no big deal. Nothing to see here. Move it along. And I really think that the media wanted to stoke this. And
I agree
of course,
completely.
the military is just the entertainment division of military and industrial.
I was confused at that by
Military-industrial
first
complex.
because I was like, okay, so obviously they're trying to make Trump not get elected for a second term, and because they're literally fighting, they're rioting in the streets. And that's one of the actual purposes. There are other actual purposes.
And that
just
and that
causing as much
definitely
as
works.
chaos
There are a lot of
as
people who are
possible.
like, I'm voting Biden not because I want him to get elected, but because I want these people who are rioting to stop.
Yeah. And my original reaction was, well, no, this would definitely get him reelected because, I mean, that's what I would do. Like, I'm petty as fuck. I'm like, oh, you're going to have riots to make me not do a thing? Guess what the fuck I'm doing? But then I had to actually have it pointed out to me, well, no, that most people are not that way.
True.
Most people just want it to stop and have no integrity whatsoever.
It's one of the things we love about you.
Yeah. See,
That
I'm
don't know.
different
I
or
think
that I
one of the-
don't remember that I'm different.
That you're different. No, I wish you remembered that you're different more often. It would save us a lot of time. But the fact that you're different, we appreciate.
We've got a caller online, and so I'm gonna see what we get. Hey, caller, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Very
Yes,
well.
we can.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Life
Great.
is good. How you doing?
Good. So, are you guys are Trump supporting libertarians or no?
No. I'm revolution supporting libertarian.
I mean,
Wow, that's cringe.
There is one thing that I will say about Trump. I appreciate the symbol of anti-establishment that he means to a lot of people.
Basically, to me, I don't hate Trump as much as the media wants me to. I appreciate him as a troll. I legally changed my name to nobody so I could run for governor. So I
Wow, that'll
definitely
really
do
show
know
the
something
establishment.
about trolling. What was that you said?
I said that'll really stick it to the man.
There were some people on
Yeah,
a
well, it's
Republican
trolling.
page trying to figure out if they voted for nobody what would happen because they didn't
Yeah,
realize
and
it
then
was
Trump
a person.
won epically.
Well, no, because this was not the presidential election.
You sound a little salty about that outcome.
No, I'm happy Trump won.
Were you
Okay.
hoping for a Hillary
I mean, I'm
victory?
not a Biden supporter either, and I'm also not a what's her name?
No,
supporter.
I'm very happy Trump won.
Okay.
Oh,
So are you is your preference to have a huge government or why do you want to have Trump in there? What do you hate your money?
No, one of the best economies in recent history. But no, I believe in the American nation state, unlike you guys.
Oh wow. Now why is that?
well, hey,
why is that?
Hey, I believe in Odin and Heimdall, so you know.
Wow, so you believe in drinking semen like the other pagans do that believe in Odin?
No, I think that's a bad way to do it.
Are you stupid or something?
That's literally what they
So-
believe. But
So
back to
what
the
is
main
it
point.
with
Yes,
the,
I believe in the
that
American
sounds
nation
like
state.
some bullshit, bro. But thanks for playing the game. Anyway, so why is it that you support the tyrannous American police state?
The police state, I didn't say. You said that. I said the American nation state from the founding in 1776 until the current, American nation today.
Actually, it was founded
I don't know why you guys
1789. The revolution started in 1776.
The Articles of Confederacy are no longer.
Are you
Alas.
kidding? That's when we defined ourselves as a nation, as a separate nation from the United Kingdom, 1776.
We're a different country. We're not the Confederacy. I mean, I wish we were. I think that'd be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, we've been the American nation for, regardless. Okay, cool. You got me on a date. Yeah, I believe in that nation too, unlike you anarchists.
So,
did you call in a show of anarchists to try to insult us by calling us anarchists?
The men are talking. The men are talking.
Well,
why don't y'all get your shit together and we wouldn't
boy.
have to dissolve the government?
What was it you were wanting to say there, Melody?
Then why don't they get their shit together and then we wouldn't have to dissolve the government?
Oh, that would be nice if they'd actually obey the Constitution. Okay, I'm going to unmute them.
That was a nice attempt at humor.
I thought it was funny.
I thought it was pretty funny.
I have another question. Why do you guys have a tranny as another co-host?
Why not? She's a good co-host.
She?
Yes. Yeah, all right.
That's a dude.
Tomato, tomato. See, the whole transsexual conversation is really, it's different meanings for words. One person defines the word woman as person with a feminine personality. Another person defines woman as person with a vagina. Now, that's perfectly fine. Gay can mean happy and homosexual at the same time, and you figure out what the speaker means by context. The difference with the transsexual issue is both sides are equally guilty of this. Both sides say, no, my sense of the word is valid and your sense of the word is invalid, and you can't use that word that way. Well, language grows by spontaneous order, and people are perfectly happy to change the meanings of words over time, and it's the responsibility of the listener to figure out from context whether when the speaker says gay, he means happy or homosexual.
This literally has nothing to do with anything.
Then why did you ask about it?
If anything, if you think anything that you just said disproves that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, I don't know what to tell you. But cringe libertarians, man, you guys got to do better.
I could define man to mean anything I wanted it to be.
And you'd be wrong.
And if it became,
that's actually not true.
Actually, no, it would be definitive.
The meaning of man has changed throughout recent
2 + 2 is
history.
5, right? 2 + 2 is 5.
Does gay
right?
mean
right,
homosexual or does it mean happy? Which one?
Gay?
Which
what
is
does
the right
homosexual
one?
mean? Does it mean happy?
What?
It means a dude who takes it in the butt.
But does
so
gay
lesbians aren't homosexuals then?
Mean? But does gay
lesbians
mean
too. Yeah,
happy
it's also them
or does
too.
it mean homosexual? If words have to have only one meaning, that's a good place to stop.
I didn't say that. You did.
Do you sanction my behavior or do you sanction my behavior?
There are certain words that do. There are certain words that have multiple meanings. Sure, homosexual does not have multiple meanings. Gay might, because it comes out of the romantic in 19th century literature where gay meant happy.
Read The Great Gatsby. Gay definitely has more than one meaning.
Okay, does homosexual?
Homosexual is
does transsexual? Does man?
Pretty specific.
No, man means a guy with XY chromosomes, which your tranny co-host or your tranny co-host does have. So it's a man, not a woman.
I would say that homosexual males are
Has
different
Arya
from
ever done a
homosexual
DNA
females,
test? Do we
so
know
there's
that?
two
See,
there.
I don't know, but I knew another trans person who was interesting in that she had XXY chromosomes.
Yeah, that's Klinefelter syndrome. That's not the same thing.
Oh, interesting. Well, I'm glad you're a medical expert. There's a lot of things under this. Have you examined Arya's DNA and medical records?
I'm actually a medical doctor, so yeah, you're welcome.
Huh?
I'm actually a medical doctor, so yeah, you're right. I would know
really.
that.
You sound kind of young to be a medical doctor.
You sound
well. Thank you. I'm very advanced
young
for my
and
age,
angry
but yeah,
and
I'm in my
hateful.
mid-20s. I'm done with medical school and I'm practicing. So yeah, you sound a little big to be on the radio.
Or on life, because you don't seem to appreciate life very much.
Oh no, I do. I just don't appreciate when cringe libertarians try to destroy my country.
Okay, so you
Your
were
country's
trying.
doing a fine job of that all on its own. It doesn't need
you
our
were
help.
going to tell
Your
us
country
what
had it
makes
coming.
it such a good idea to have one organization in society that's answerable only to itself and has a license to kill. And I'd really like an explanation on that one, because I can't imagine what could make that look like a good idea.
Yeah, because cringe libertarians who are pedophiles and pro-pedophilia and
There
shit
ain't
like
no
that should
pedophiles
have the
here,
monopoly.
bitch. You want to come talk about that in person?
Whoa, you're on the radio, buddy. You're on the radio. You
No,
shouldn't
we're
talk
not.
No,
that
I'm
way.
not on the radio, motherfucker. And you need to
Whoa,
stop
whoa.
telling me how to run my fucking show, bitch.
Whoa, calm down there, libertarian. You know, freedom and whatnot. Just take another.
Yeah,
insulin shot
freedom
of
means
freedom.
the freedom to call you a bitch when you're
It
being
does.
a bitch.
Freedom
I get it.
means
When
the
you're
freedom to
losing-
fuck
when
you
you're
up when
losing,
you
you
start
lash out.
calling
I
me a
get it.
pedophile.
I get it. When you're losing, you lash out.
Yeah,
I
you
get it.
don't throw fucking accusations of pedophilia around unless you're an absolute
Some
piece of
people
shit.
take that shit
Liberta-
seriously.
Are you kidding? Many of the libertarians in the beatnik movement were pro-pedophiles.
Yeah,
and were
you know how many-
There was a pedophile
How many of
40
them are in
years
this
ago
room?
who called himself a libertarian. Oh my
Well,
God!
how about Murray
That must
Rothbard?
mean that all
Murray
libertarians are pedophiles.
How many
How
pedophiles are there in
stupid
the
are
Senate?
you? If you
How about-
actually logic that way, how many patients have you killed?
How many? None, actually. How about Murray Rothbard? Who
I doubt
advocated
that
for the
very
selling-
much, actually.
The selling of children. How about that? The selling of children into sexual practice. How about that?
Yeah, and
He never
didn't.
wrote about that. He wrote
it was
about
not something he
selling
recommended. It was a. It
But
was
it's something
an,
that
it
the
was
government
an
can't
outgrowth
stop.
of
It's something
something
that the
that he
government-
believed and something he got wrong, frankly, because the
But because
relation.
the government should step in. The government should be.
Okay, you need to stop talking over me, bitch. Because he was actually wrong on that, in that he believed that the relationship between parents and children was ownership, and so he didn't believe that he would have the ability to step in if parents were doing things that are untoward involving their children. And he did talk about a market for children, but he did not expect it to be primarily a market for children for sex. As a matter of fact, that was something that he'd that he would certainly be horrified by.
And that is still a pretty common mistake among libertarians, is believing that they own their children instead of seeing themselves as stewards of their children.
Yeah, and the way I look at it, the relationship between parents and children is agency. You are their agent for the time being, but if you're an agent set to taking care of property that does not belong to you, it belongs to the person who's occupying it, then you have a responsibility not to harm that property. You know, and as for the libertarian stance on pedophilia, it's very simple. Actually, a friend of mine was almost a libertarian. He was almost an anarchist. He was one step away. And the last thing he asked me is, well, what would we do about pedophiles if there is no government? And I said, dude, if there was no government, who would stop us from dealing with them? And he was like, oh, I'm in. Oh. And you're back, I think.
Yeah, that was a really long-winded apologetics for Murray Rothbard.
Yeah, I like Murray. He wrote a good book. It's marred by that error, though. I remember reading that and thinking, this is wrong.
And
But
we have
do you
that
not believe
going
that the state
on.
has any silence?
Hey,
woman. Do you not
We
believe
have
that
that
the
going
state
Okay,
on.
wait.
Remember that
He's
whole
asking,
talking
I
over
think he's
people
asking
thing?
a question. What are
Do
you
you
saying?
not believe that the state has any place to stop shit like that?
The state doesn't have any place, period.
The state doesn't have any
Yeah,
place
shut up, woman.
existing.
I'm
I
talking to
can
the man.
whack a pedophile real easy, and I don't have to have the power to tax to do it. I don't have to be answerable only to myself to do it. All I got to do is shoot him in the fucking face. It's not
Do
that
you believe you're
complex.
answerable to anyone, like even God?
I do not know if God exists or not.
I can tell. I can tell.
Okay. Wow, you found me out. That was my deep dark secret.
No, it's not a secret. All you libertarians are cringe atheist libtards.
Actually, you'll find.
Man, anything short of a nationalist fascist is going to be cringe to you.
Yeah, and actually,
not
you'll
true,
find
actually.
there's a
I have the
wide
exact same
range.
view. I have the exact same view as 99% of the World War II veterans who fought fascists. So I don't know where you get saying that. They weren't libertarians, I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean,
Okay, so
they
if
were
all
fighting for
libertarians
freedom.
are
They
cringe-
weren't fighting against it, as
If
you
all
do.
libertarians are cringe, then why say cringe libertarian?
No, you're right. He was saying, "Oh, I've been found out," and I was saying, "No, it's no secret that you're all atheists." and
I'm not.
cringe. It's no
Actually,
secret.
there's a lot of religious.
Most of you, because
Melanie's
all of you think that
husband
you're
is not an
hyper-individualist.
atheist. Lee
you're all
here is a
hyper-individualists.
Christian. I'm sorry, what?
Because you're all hyper-individualists who are answerable to nobody. You have no moral virtue, no moral responsibility, nothing like that. No Christian religion. Not even answerable to God, your creator.
Well,
I am
I mean,
certainly answerable to
Christianity,
God.
from my point
I'm
of view,
also-
is kind of a brain-damaged religion. In that,
You would
okay,
think
let's
that.
go all the way back to Abraham. Abraham hears voices in his head telling
That's
him to kill his
pre-Christian.
kid. You need to stop talking over me, bitch. Abraham hears voices in his head telling him to kill his child. The proper thing to do, if you're hearing voices in your head telling you to kill your child, is to seek medical attention.
Okay, to
But
be fair, there is no
he-
medical attention to be had.
Well, then kill yourself. If you're hearing voices,
I don't think that's a
basically,
solution either.
if you hear God's voice telling you to do something that's immoral,
Okay. You could
just tell
that's
it to
not
fuck
God's
off.
voice.
Okay, so we're talking about a book that starts out with a talking snake. So maybe let's not take this super literally.
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
Well,
I'm a
I mean,
devout
that-
Christian, as
the-
are most in the West. We do
but
take this literally.
Most people
you
in the
can
West
be a
are not
devout
devout
Christian
Christians.
and
I
not
hate to
take
tell
things
you.
literally.
Sorry,
What were you
kidding,
saying,
woman?
Melanie?
Do you want to
Most
know the stats on
people
that?
in the West are not devout Christians.
Yes, they are. Or do you want some stats on that? Because I got plenty. 80% of America is currently Christian, and Europe
You said
is
devout Christian.
Devout
A
and
large
Christian.
percent of Americans don't even identify as not even going to church. So I
They,
don't know how
they,
devout that
they
can
don't
possibly
disregard
be.
the Bible, though. Is what your implication
Yeah, they
is.
do,
Is
because
that
the Bible, first of all, contradicts itself.
Oh, I'm not going to listen to. Okay, look, lady. In terms of contradictions, like you,
Okay,
Ooh,
name
you
one.
want a consistency off?
a fat libertarian. That's kind of funny.
You have the free will to eat what you want, move when you want. Yeah.
Do we
happens.
want to keep this dude? I'm getting a little sick of his nasty
I don't
attitude.
see the-
I'm mostly
point.
getting irritated that he talks over her every time. Because clearly the man cannot get a date.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's so
Yeah, and
terrified of
statists
a
don't have
woman's
the
intellect.
demographic
that-
disparities that we do, so they kind of have no excuse.
It's true. I mean, honestly, I'd say that he masturbates instead, but like seriously, it sounds like he's got about 12 years of cum like gushed up until it's swarming his brain, and that's why he can't stand to listen to a woman talk, because he knows that they don't like him.
What do you think? Incel, definitely.
Oh,
I definitely get
indubitably.
the incel vibe from him. It's like anything involving sex, you can almost hear this seething rage in his voice. It's interesting. So I don't know. I'm
honestly, I am enjoying the catalyst that he has. Like, okay, Rothbard was wrong about a thing. Put him on mute. Have a conversation about, hey, Rothbard was wrong about this thing.
Yeah, Rothbard is not the god of anarchy, so unlike the Bible, for some people, if Rothbard was wrong about a thing, we can just say that he was wrong about a thing.
Yeah, see, I actually have my own. I'm the pope of my own church. It's called the Church of the Invisible Hand, and we don't have all we have is estimated prophets, because each and every one of them was wrong about something. You've just got to figure out. I mean, none of them thought it was a good idea to go kill your kid if you heard voices in your head. But
okay, I want to get back to that. I actually do want to get back to that. Okay.
Okay.
So when you think of God in this story, you're thinking, dude's hearing a voice in his head. So crazy. All right, I get that. Here's what God actually means in the context of this as a useful story. Like, not every interpretation is useful, Here's one that is. God symbolizes the ideal. That which is good, that which allows life to exist. Yes, it's a hyperbole. And the whole point of it is that it's absurd to kill your kid. Like, if you look into that specific story, like, he barely had a kid. Like, it was a wild one-off that he had this kid when he was, like, fucking 80 years old. Like, women don't tend to have kids over 40, let alone over 60, let alone over 80.
Men can produce a pregnancy generally till they die.
Point being,
you end up with a messed up kid most of the time.
The whole thing is about hyperbole. Like, it's overdoing the concept so that it's more memorable, so that it expresses the concept. No, this is a terrible literal story. But, I mean, that's the point. The point is that it's abhorrent to kill your child. But the idea that it's trying to tell you is this, and it's not good at this. I mean, this isn't good literature, but this was the best literature that existed 5,000 years ago.
See, I think we can do better today.
We can. We absolutely can. But I mean, you have to know what they're trying to express before you remake it. So, like, when you make a remake of the Abraham story, and it's fucking ripe for one, absolutely. But when you make a remake of this story, and it needs one, what you have to express ultimately is that the highest good called you to make a sacrifice that you would not like to do. And you were willing to sacrifice something that you held dearest beyond anything. You were willing to sacrifice that for your highest good. And when you were willing to do that, you didn't have to.
See, I mean, if something's telling me to kill my child, then it's not a high good, a low good, or a middle good. It's not a good.
Okay.
It's a bad.
Let me give you an example. Let's assume, hypothetically, I have a kid who ends up being the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. My highest good is going to tell me to kill my kid if I get the opportunity. And I'm not going to lie, dude, I probably would. And it would torment me for the rest of my life. But I think the trade-off there, given what the CIA tends to do for a living 100% of the time.
See, I guess the question is why? Because you haven't whacked any of the other CIA directors.
I haven't had the opportunity.
He'll be replaced.
I'm not responsible
if you
for
do
the
kill
I'm not responsible for how the other CIA directors turned out, though. If
Also
I raise a kid who ends up being the head of a central bank, whatever bad feelings come of having to deal with that, I have coming for raising that kind of a fuck up.
And for the record, I have mercilessly killed every CIA director I've had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, that's true. They usually don't just show up at your house unarmed and ask if they can spend the weekends.
If they came over for the family reunion, life would get interesting.
If Jerome Powell walked through the door right now, I'm shooting the bitch. Like, just so you know.
Agreed.
I've not the head of the Federal Reserve.
Oh.
I've not been in the same room with him, and that's really the only reason why I haven't done it.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't, I generally wouldn't bother because, you know, these are functionaries that will be replaced.
But
they're not providing anything irresistible or anything.
People will be much less likely to fill that position if it becomes a common thing that the head of the Federal Reserve gets shot in the street.
Okay, so let me give a more specific and visceral example. Whoever it is that you love the most in your life, let's say that we're in a Cold War situation. Like they're about to push the button that launches the nuke that will cause the reaction of launching other nukes that will cause a nuclear Armageddon.
See, at that place and time, that would make sense.
Right. And the reason that makes sense is because the higher good, like your highest ideal, like let's say not the end of humanity, is your highest ideal. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whatever your highest ideal, it includes not ending the species, which that might do. So even if it was your most treasured anybody, if you had to do that to pursue your highest ideal, that's a good act.
So what was the conflict here? What was going to happen if Abraham didn't kill Isaac? If he just said, "Fuck you, I think you're a voice in my head,"
then he would be
and
denying
no real God would say that.
Okay. He would be denying the force that allows life to exist.
Denying it a sick pleasure that it wants, though. It's that
See,
denying kind of has to have an indirect object.
It's not the best story. It's just the best story we had from 5,000 years ago.
Right, and so you can make an argument that I'm not really qualified to dispute, that in this time, this was the best they could come up with. That is an entirely different proposition than in 2020. This is what we should be following literally, which is what people are doing.
And it's also very different from
the literal part is the bad part.
I mean, what this is claimed to be, the marketing hype on it, is this is the irrefutable, undeniable word of God, written in absolute perfection. That's the way it's taught, and that's the way it's treated.
And that's a very serious problem.
And as a result of that, that's one of the reasons I'm so horrified by Christianity.
And I accuse each and every one of them of idolatry. They idolize the Bible.
I mean, honestly, the Bible
they have turned the book into an idol.
A really interesting study of ancient literature, if that's what it was treated as.
Yeah, and I like old literature. I've read all the works of Shakespeare. I enjoyed the hell out of them. The problem is, and not all of the moral themes in what he wrote was good. To me,
it was quality work.
It is a book that is presented as a way to learn the right things to do that is almost obsessively in constantly wrong about morality. If two men lie together, you should kill them. Why the fuck should you do that? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You should kill people for disrespecting their parents. What if their parents aren't respectable? Slaves, obey your masters. That's really in there. There's never a good time for that advice. The proper advice is slaves, slaughter your masters and make them suffer.
Well, that's likely to get you killed.
Slaughtering your live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils. Slavery is.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, so
let me know if you want me to bring Mr. Happy back at any point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we run out of shit to talk about, basically. Okay, so let me take
We've always got some shit on the line,
right? That we do. So let me take another story from the Old Testament to explain what fucking happened to the Old Testament. Okay, so there's this story about, so it's Moses time, right? And he's got a bunch of people getting bit by snakes. They're like, what are we going to do about these snakes? And so he's like, hey, God. Now, remember, God is a symbol. You can't think of this as a person. Who's getting bitten by these snakes? You can't think of God as a person. It's not an effective way of doing this. Yeah.
Right after they left Egypt.
Yeah, right after they left Egypt.
So they're getting bitten by snakes.
Getting bit by snakes all over the place. Poisonous snakes, getting sick, terrible thing. And they're like, Moses, talk to God, figure out what we got to do about this. And he's like, God, what do we do about this? And this really is the problem. Like, people couldn't think about it except to think about it as a person. We have a level of nuance that they don't have. So we can think about this as a principle.
Century or millennia before.
Yes, they were a more advanced culture.
I also don't really believe that at least the Old Testament, the older parts of the Bible were written as a how-to book, which is how it's taken now.
I agree.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to be some kind of a moral guide. It had commandments and everything.
In the Book of Commandments, which is Leviticus, it had commandments. And
the 10 Commandments are in Exodus.
The 10 Commandments are in Exodus, but it's not just a book of dictates. And I don't think that it was meant to be. If it was a book of this shit happened, whether it actually did or not, that is an entirely different viewpoint than we should emulate this. And I think that people now it's not like it was good to begin with, but people now are making it worse than it originally was.
Yeah.
Okay, let me shift gears here for a second.
Okay.
Have you heard of the fable of sour grapes?
Yes.
Okay. So imagine.
Does that come from the Bible? I thought it was
that's
one of the
Aesop.
Just So
That's Aesop.
stories.
No, that's actually what I mean by shifting
Aesop's
gears here. I'm shifting
fables,
gears
okay.
here for a second. So let's imagine that there was a group of people that like really got into Aesop's fables, like really got into them, like this.
I mean, batshit crazy and ready to kill people over it.
And let's say
Yes.
that one of the things they do, they're like, hey, if you ever see a fox look at a fruit, you have to feed the fruit to the fox. It's really important that you feed the fruit to the fox. Like, that's missing the whole fucking point of the sour grape story.
Mm.
But it's a literal interpretation of a fable.
Well, it is, and the difference is nobody has ever put Aesop's fables forward and said to me, this should be the moral guide for your life. This is what gives life overarching meaning. I've never heard that. They didn't even say that about Shakespeare.
Shakespeare's
that puts the Bible in a different class when it comes to defense, because the stakes are much higher. People are going to kill each other because they're not the right kind of Christian.
I think a lot of this comes back to what Gandhi said. I like your Christ. I do not like your Christians. They are so unlike your Christ.
I have a far left Facebook friend who says that he likes he doesn't like fanfic Jesus. He likes what is it called? Not dogma. What do they call the official story? He likes the official story Jesus, but he doesn't like the fanfic Jesus.
Yeah, see, I really
I like the guy in the book. I don't like
problems-
what these headcanon bullshit is. Yeah.
Most of my problems with
canon.
Christianity
he likes canon
aren't
Jesus. He doesn't like
New
fanfic
Testament.
Jesus.
They're more Old Testament because that's
Paper.
oh, what do you want?
Paper.
Okay. You can say things like that.
I can.
You don't have to just make magic. Do you want a pen?
I just like to reach at things because your friends are the Force.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you just okay.
I don't have many friends on the Force.
Wait, you have any?
Not true friends. I have acquaintances that I enjoy talking to. I enjoy talking to what the hell is his name? He's a big guy. Heavy Peliquin. Peliquin is fun to talk to. And I've actually had some luck with him. He had
That was the most roundabout thing I've seen today.
Yeah.
But
that was completely unnecessary.
I would want to point out that Rich Paul does make a distinction between friends and acquaintances.
Yes, I do. Most of the time.
He can defend himself when he comes back, I guess. But I had been talking to Lee about, like, no, friend is a word and it has a meaning. And since there's not another word in English that means what I want to say, I'm co-opting this word, and now it means actual friends. And y'all can find a different word for acquaintances and bullshit friends.
See, I use the same word. Like, I have friends that I don't know very well, but I consider them they're people that I'm friendly with. They're people that I see possibilities in. So I would consider somebody that I'm attached to like that to be a friend, but maybe not a good friend yet. But is somebody who has potential. So I do draw a line between friend and acquaintance, but it's not necessarily where
I'm just an extremist.
everybody. Well, you are.
I'm an
you are.
extremist in all things. Like I can't even do averaging on a calculator because it's not an. Yeah.
Yeah, that's mean.
But
but oh, I can't remember where we were. You want to bring back Mr. Happy?
Is he still on?
He is. He's here to be a ray of sunshine in our lives.
Does he call every time you do this?
I have no idea who he is. I don't think he's ever called before when I've been on, but I don't know. We get some of the.
Well, I think we should kind of finish out the whole like. Okay, so
I just couldn't remember where we were at.
I was telling Rich that you don't define friend strictly enough, and I do. And then he agreed with you. Basically.
I think that your definition of friend is family, and that is a valuable category. It's just not the same word.
Yeah, see,
I'm going to try to see if I can find a Greek word, and I'm just going to start using that and make other people learn it.
Might be. But yeah, okay.
I mean, I've got a fair number of acquaintance friends. I only had one Capuzzo friend. I've only got one Melanie friend
Capuzzo?
or Lee friend. Capuzzo was my business partner, bodyguard, and probably my best friend when I was selling weed. And he's not around anymore. Unfortunately, he died.
So on our previous topic, so I kind of wanted to finish off my people getting bit by snakes story.
Yeah. Tell me about the snake thing.
So God tells Moses, make a bronze serpent and put it on a stick and put it up in front of the people. Which is a pretty fucking weird thing for like the monotheist, anti-pagan God to tell you to do. But there is this idea of, hey, if you look at the thing that you're terrified of, you will be a lot more capable of dealing with that threat. And that works.
The bronze one can't bite you.
Right, but it gets you used to looking at these things you're scared of. Like, here's the problem. I'm going to make it big and bright and shiny and in front of everyone. Here's our problem. And yeah, that actually helps you deal with the problem. Now,
so do you think we should build a big gold tax collector? Is that the lesson we should learn?
Follow me for a second. So later on, they start making sacrifices to the bronze serpent. Like, it's no longer a lesson. It's no longer an indication of how we can get out of our trouble. It's a god that you're worshiping. That's what happened to the Bible. It was some useful stories that could tell you some useful things about how a life could be well lived. And then they started worshiping it. And that's a fucking problem.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Like I say, most of my issues with it aren't with Jesus, but to me it goes all the way back to the concept of original sin. Literally, the idea that someone is born sinful is some of the most fragrant nonsense.
What do you mean by sinful?
That I've ever heard.
What do you mean by sinful?
The idea that that there is in some way in which a baby is not innocent because his very distant ancestor ate an apple. I mean, that's crazy talk.
Okay, so I think I agree. I definitely agree. And I think that one of the issues is, and it happens in the Bible and it happens all over the place, is that people mistake bad for evil. So now, the word sin in Greek means to miss the point. Like literally, that's what it translates as. It's literally missing the point. Like you aim at a target and you don't hit the target. Babies definitely don't hit the target. They are distracted all of the time. So it really
they're hitting the target of being a baby. That's where they're supposed to be at.
Fair enough. So the useful, I mean, there's lots of useless and even counter-useful ideas of original sin. And fuck yeah, there's been a whole culture of people that manipulated other people into giving them 10 or more % of their income to counter the fact that this is true.
Well, of course, the U.S. government takes 50 if you count all levels,
Yeah.
but 10%'s bad enough.
Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about, but a useful part of this idea. There is something weird about humans. Like, we know winter's coming. No one else knows that. Dogs don't know that. Bears don't know that. Ocelots don't know that winter is coming.
Dogs want you to stand there and open and close the door until winter goes away. They really don't understand that winter's even here.
Right? Like, we know we're going to die. No one else knows that.
How do you know?
Look at the way they act.
Maybe they
Look
just
at
have
the way humans act.
maybe they just
Yeah,
have
we're
really high
neurotic.
time preference.
We're incredibly neurotic. We're the most neurotic species on the planet for a reason.
Well, I mean, personally, I think that largely a result of having particularly large brains, because
Yes.
the problem is the smarter you
Yes.
are, the easier it is to overcomplicate the fuck out of things.
Yes, having the enormous brain is exactly what is depicted in the story of so-called original sin. I mean, what are we talking about? The fruit of knowledge of good and evil. Okay, and it was good for wisdom. Yeah, this is all big brain shit. And what happens when you take this fruit of the knowledge of good and evil? Your eyes are opened, and you know that you're naked. Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Why would you care if you're naked of all
Ah.
things? I mean, unarmed, I
Stop
can see being
taking
worried
it
about.
fucking literally. Stop taking it fucking literally. There's no such thing as a
Okay, why
literal
can't these
talking
motherfuckers
snake.
say what the fuck they mean? If they don't mean naked, what the fuck do they mean?
Okay, well, what does naked mean? And I-
Naked. It means not having any fucking clothes on.
okay, what does that imply?
Well,
It's how the NSA sees you.
it generally implies that I'm either about to get laid or I'm by myself.
Okay. So you're with someone you trust because you're vulnerable. And I mean that in two ways. And
I don't trust nobody.
well, and that's who you usually get laid by.
Yeah.
Well, and seriously, like there's two things that are like weirdly equal in the human brain. There's social ostracism and death. And it's weird that they're equal, but it's not that weird because that's true. If you get completely socially ostracized, you're not going to be able to protect and feed yourself, and you're probably going to die.
Well, you can always piss off somewhere else. I mean, it's very unlikely that you're going to piss off the whole human race.
Yeah, good luck, dude. Like,
People
there's
have
no food out
well,
there.
I think there's probably been people
There's
who
food
come
in-
close.
Every country that's populated in the world.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the
Try
countries
it.
wouldn't stay populated.
Honestly, I mean, have you ever tried staying away from people? Just like not getting food from them? You go
I'm
real
saying
hungry real
you can
quick.
fuck off somewhere else. That doesn't mean that you can
find
no
other people, you
longer
mean?
know any humans. It means you're unlikely to be able to do anything that is sufficiently impactful that the whole human race hates you.
Well,
if you do,
when we were evolving,
in that case, I'm
we
going
were
to start
talking about
thinking
the-
maybe you got it
when
covered.
when we were evolving in these traits, we're talking about the distance that you can walk easily before you get a large source of water, and there was not a whole lot of options before you ran through all your options.
Yes. That's what I'm pointing out. So, okay. The implication of being naked is twofold. Number one, it's easy to hurt you. I mean, literally, physically, viscerally, like your junk's hanging out in front of me, and if I want to give you a ball tap, I can.
That's why I've always thought dogs look embarrassed when they're taking a shit. I don't think they look embarrassed, but I don't think they're actually embarrassed. I think they're just feeling a little bit vulnerable.
Yes.
Because yeah, it is an awkward time to defend yourself. Although if you can, you know, it's one of the few times when flinging a piece of shit at somebody might be a good idea, because if you have any poo, fling it now. Did you
And
see
yeah,
that movie, Madagascar?
I would say that I would say that while they're pooping is the one time that dogs know they're naked, figuratively speaking.
I think they
Madagascar,
know
that
they're
was a great
naked all the
movie.
time. They just don't give a fuck.
I'm using the phrase.
I guess what I
"know
don't
you're
understand is you get a knowledge of good and evil, and the first thing
Ooh.
you're worried about is somebody might see my Johnson. I don't understand why people are upset about that.
Well, so-
now, I mean, I got kind of a dad bod,
Well,
but
so that's
I'm
the
not
two things.
ashamed of my body. I'm a fucking human. Half of humans have a body shaped more or less like mine.
Well, and that's the thing. It's twofold. Number one, you're literally vulnerable. Number two, you're figuratively vulnerable because I know exactly how many stretch marks you have. I know whether you have cottage cheese on your whatever.
You're not going to sleep with me anyway, so who cares? And
Well,
I ain't trying.
I might go
mean,
telling
that
tales
wasn't
out of
disappointing.
school, and then we'll all snicker behind your back, and then you might not end up where you want in the social hierarchy. Dude, people are weird. Like,
Yeah.
social judgment is a bizarre level of fear. Like, people literally are more afraid of speaking in public than death.
See, I've always thought that the ideas of monogamy and the nudity taboo both came about because some king somewhere back in history had a tiny little Johnson, and he didn't want anybody seeing it, and he didn't want his wife to see anybody else's, so she wouldn't know that his was small. That's personally, I think where the whole thing came about, and the in terms of issues with Christianity, the way that people have learned to look at their sexuality and at their humanity as a result of this I think largely as a result of religion. I mean,
Sexuality
I
is
think
the one thing
why
they got
people are
mostly
crazy.
right.
Well, I don't think they got it mostly right at all. I think they got it mostly wrong because in all cases, A, they treat it like it's somebody's business but yours. It's not. And B, sex is nice, okay? But
if
it's
you're
not
living in a
the
world-
end of the
if you're
world
living
if
in
you
a
have
world
sex with the
without-
wrong person.
It actually
It
could be.
be at that time very easily. If you're living in a world without birth control and without condoms, you better watch what the fuck you're doing.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly glad there's birth control, which of course Christianity fought tooth and nail to keep that illegal up until Greenwald v. Connecticut.
Oh, and they're still keeping male birth control illegal.
I don't think that's Christianity. I think that's the welfare state doing that.
Well, a lot
It
of
was
it is
always the
also
state keeping things
also
illegal.
Christianity. They widely believed that. I mean, when they weren't killing gays, they were busy, making up bizarre rules about sex that aren't even in the Bible. Like you can't use birth control because that's supposed to be God's decision. Well, maybe God decided that I should use birth control and told me instead. He said you don't have to
Or
kill
maybe
your
God
kid. Just
made
use
me
birth
in his
control.
image and gave me that power so I can fucking decide for myself.
Yeah.
Which I have scriptural references if that's what's important. That's exactly what happened. There's actually points where it says, "You are gods." It says that multiple times in the Bible. No fucking preacher will talk about it, but it says literally, "You are gods," multiple times in the Bible talking to humans. Like, really?
Did they
Really?
know any humans?
Huh?
Did they know any humans? Because I mean, on one hand, I certainly don't think we're the pieces of shit that the Catholics try and make us out to be. But at the same time, and Southern Baptists, but at the same time, I wouldn't say we're gods either. And back then, we were barely getting out of the monkey stage.
Well, so here's the idea. You are capable of creating things. Not
Yes.
in the sense of like
So's a beaver.
blinking your eyes or snapping your fingers and suddenly there's a thing where there was vacuum before,
Mm-hmm.
but in the sense of you can bring elements together in a way that has not been done before.
That's definitely true.
Right. And in that
Doesn't mean I can make a new universe, though.
Well, so here's
God is a pretty high standard. You're God.
Well, so here's the actual, like, the point of it. You can make a place where living can happen.
So can a bear.
Sure.
They live in caves.
Well,
I mean, they don't
can't
create
make one.
it, but you know, it takes a
Right.
bear and his family to make a cave a home.
well, that's we used to fight for them caves.
Yeah.
But no, so here's an important part of God that gets overlooked by atheists and theists alike. First fucking chapter of the first fucking book in the Bible, what does he do? He's got this chaos shit going on. Tohu va bohu, chaos.
Which chaos?
Without form and void, that chaos.
Okay.
In the beginning, the earth
void means empty, so
right.
It sounds like to me that there wasn't
empty
anything
formlessness, chaotic potential. And in the first chapter, and this actually defines the character, because like if you're reading a book, like a novel, right? And chapter 1, there's this character, and they do this thing. Okay, well, now we get to know who the character is. And frankly, if you like defy that character later on, it better be intentional, because you've set, this is what this character is. Like, Jade Case does this thing. Well, if he does something different later, it better be part of his story arc, or you're a bad writer. Okay.
Who's Jade Case?
A random name that I just made up.
Interesting.
Like protagonist to
Nice
a novel.
name.
I may not have made it up. It might have come from a novel I've actually read. Anyway. So if you introduce this character
Can
and they do a
world
thing.
buy such a jewel? I in a case to put it in.
Nice. But if you introduce this character and the first thing they do is this, then you're kind of defining what that character is about. So we're introducing
Well, you're
the
also
character
giving
of
them
God.
very little room for character growth. I mean, where are they
Sure.
going to go from there?
Sure. But all right, we're introducing this character called God. What does God do? Okay, there's this formless void. That's all there is. And through a thingy, mostly saying stuff and looking at stuff, it goes from formless void to a place where people live. So that's the defining trait of this character.
Mm-hmm.
The defining trait of this character is that it speaks
That's not
the
how
truth.
it happened.
Come again?
Oh, we've got somebody in our other call-in line. No, I'm just pretty sure that that's not how the universe was created.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not a fucking history book. It's not a physics textbook. That's not its job.
okay.
And-
Hey, can you hear me? Oh,
Nope, that's more muting.
can you hear
Hello?
me, bro? Jeff. Are you there, Jeff? Going once, going twice. Okay, I'll let you simmer for a while and see if you come back.
Are you there, Jeff? It's me, Margaret.
Yeah, we just lost our ray of sunshine.
Aww. Apparently, even he has limitations for the 3 people on Earth that will listen to him be an asshole.
Well, I mean, we didn't listen that much. I kept muting him. But okay, so we were.
Okay, this is not a history lesson. This is also not a physics lesson. Because frankly, you actually don't need to know that. The first thing you need to know...
I do need to know that.
Well,
I took 4 semesters, actually, of
it's good to
calculus-based
know.
physics.
It's good to know. It is good to know. It is
The
good.
problem-solving skills you learn from it are amazing.
Yeah. Well, learning problem solving is good. But knowing why you should solve problems is more important. Like, okay, I could solve any problems. But okay, I might decide that humans existing is a problem that needs to be solved.
Why?
Right. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. So the first thing I need to know is, what is my directive? I need to know what I'm trying to do before I know how to do it well.
Mm-hmm.
So what am I trying to do? The first thing I'm trying to do is make a place where people can live. Prime directive, first thing. Out of the morass of chaos, out of the infinite potential and void, the first and most important thing is creating a place where human beings can live.
Okay. We've got another caller.
All right.
At least I think we do. Ah, fuck. Can you hear me, caller?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And I can hear you.
Hey,
Groovy.
is that our ray of sunshine?
No, that's. I'm pretty sure it's a different guy. Are you?
Yeah, I'm a different guy.
Yeah, definitely a different voice. He doesn't have that bitter "no woman will touch me" sound to his voice.
I know. Can you believe that last guy?
Yeah, it was. I usually don't mute people that much, but he was irritating as piss.
I actually can't believe that last guy.
Oh, just awful. I mean, God. But yeah, I'm glad you guys were talking about your atheism and stuff.
What a cringe statist.
Well, he's talking about his Christianity. I'm talking about my agnosticism.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know. What a cringe statist, right? Imagine wanting a government.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
somebody needs a guy to call daddy, you know.
Yeah.
Even if it's Uncle Sam.
I guess if you have trouble making your own decisions, you want somebody to make them for you, but who wants them to do it? You could hire Mr. Spanx a lot.
I know. Who wants, long-term stability and happiness and, a nation state? Who wants that, right?
You know what's really stable
I've never
long
found
term?
a lot of long-term stability from government. You know what I did notice about government, though? In the last century, the 250 million people were murdered by their own government. Governments murder an awful lot of people. That and people are always saying run government like a business. Well, here's something they should do like a business. When a business calls on you, say Brinks Home Security calls you up and they want to sell you some security services, and you don't want to buy. Well, guess what? Brinks Home Security is going to fuck off and live with it that you're not buying your product. Now, the mafia, the mafia is a completely different story. The mafia will issue threats. They'll kill you, kidnap you, burn down your house, whatever. And that's why we consider Brinks Home Security to be an honorable home protection company, and we consider the mafia to be a criminal organization. Now, what does the government do when you don't want to buy their product? They force it down your fucking throat, just like extortionists.
That sounds so hot.
They have some things to learn about morality before they start lecturing other people.
That sounded so hot. Putting it down my throat. Oh, man.
Okay. Well, I think you probably paid attention to the wrong part, but who am I to tell you how to appreciate art?
No, I'm a libertarian.
Some people don't
man.
get figures of speech.
I'm a libertarian. I love things in my mouth, up my ass. Like, oh God, nothing gets me off better than that.
Apparently, you don't know what the word libertarian means.
No, I don't want any
you
daddy
might
government or
look
anything
up the
doing anything.
definition, because that ain't it.
You're skipping a line in the dictionary. You're thinking libertine. Libertines, in general, do like things down their throat and in their ass, on average.
Well,
on average.
Yeah, the libertine was like the Marquis de Sade was a libertine, which I actually, you described him that way. But the biggest thing about libertines is they don't believe in the rights of others. Libertines are perfectly comfortable with sex with rape as a philosophical matter. They think they're like incels. They think it's just okay. Oh God, Marquis de Sade was an awful writer. I actually read Justine after seeing a movie about him.
So here's the thing about the Marquis de Sade. So they put him in jail and gave him nothing better to do than to have horrible fantasies of what he would like to have happen to the judge and the prince that had put him in jail.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
I can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had my Discord on push to talk. And I was like, why am I not coming through? Why am I not I had it on push to talk mode. That's what was fucking me up. So, but yeah, I'd love to talk to you guys, but I think I don't agree with everything with that other guy was saying. But you guys, I think, should totally let him back in because I think, as libertarians, I think you guys should truly believe in the free market of ideas, and that let's assume that guy has really bad ideas and ways of going about explaining it. Letting him show himself for what he is, I think, is much more effective than muting him. And although like I said, I don't disagree with him on everything. Some things I do, but I think that if there's a way that me and him and you guys can all converse about this, I think that'd be the most beneficial way to go about it. If you guys don't mind.
Well, he's no longer on the line. He got bored. I think he's gonna go cry about being an incel or something.
Well, and I totally get your perspective that
I
you
do
should
understand your perspective. It's just if somebody's having an interesting discussion with me and they disagree, that's great. If somebody's just hateful and miserable and you can tell he hates himself and the whole world, that's just irritating. It's not fun for me, so I don't want to hear it.
To me, you can even be hateful as long as you have a point and make that point.
And the fact is, we can't hear everyone at once. I mean, it sucks that we can't hear everyone at once, but that's a fact.
God, can you imagine if we could hear everyone at once? That would suck.
I'd be
Ain't
awesome.
Nobody got time for that.
Those
people I don't want to hear from as much as I do.
Yeah, I don't want anything
what was the original thing that you guys were talking about? Because I wanted to kind of jump in on that. Do you guys remember what was the kind of main topic of conversation that you and you guys in the previous call were going on about?
His absolute lack of understanding of what the word libertarian means, I think, was the main thing.
Okay, so I used to be a libertarian, or at least I LARPed as one, as many libertarians, I think, are just kind of like liberals. They used to be liberals, and then they've gotten cozy to the idea of having gun. I feel like it's for me at least, this is my experience, and many other libertarians, I feel like it's kind of ultimately it's a centrist ideal until you go back to the left or right. But that's just my opinion and my experience. But what I wanted to kind of bring up to you guys.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really want to know what you mean when you say liberal. Do you mean the classic liberal or the more modern sense?
Well, I suppose the more modern sense, because
okay.
I think because libertarians.
So that was actually the wrong answer.
Maybe it was. Because I understand that classic liberalism is close to what you would essentially call
words evolve over time. It's a thing.
Well, for example,
I don't like it, but it happens.
If you listen to Thomas Jefferson's definition of rightful liberty, that was a classical liberal statement that states libertarianism perfectly, which is rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to your will, bounded only by the equal rights of others. I do not add within the bounds of the law, because the law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of the individual. That's an excellent statement of libertarianism.
I don't mean to cut you off, but there's people in some of your guys' chats saying that they can hear you guys speaking, but not me, the caller.
You're sounding a little echoey to me. Do you want to try and switch off into another room and see if that works out?
Well, they're saying it's almost like they can hear you three talking. They're watching you on DLive. They say they're watching DLive and can't hear the caller. Can only hear the three hosts.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's something going wrong at DLive.
Let me look through Discord. I just want to know, because I do want to talk to you guys. Just want to make sure that everybody can be heard here. I'm on Discord. I'm in caller line 2. It looks like they're picking me up. Okay. Or it looks like Discord's picking me up here. Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, that's okay. I don't know what kind of technical error is going on there, but like, I think the dude mentioned, the previous caller mentioned like libertarians and pedophilia. Okay, so like with that, I'm assuming you guys are not the people that would say the child can consent. Obviously, right?
Correct.
You guys
If you're
are not
a child,
those
by definition,
Correct.
you can't consent.
Yeah, I think nobody really summed up the accurate libertarian position in that we're very appreciative of the fact that in our approved world, there is no one to stop us from getting back at pedophiles.
So who gets to decide what age a child is in a libertarian society?
Well, that's really an issue for the parents, isn't it? Because what it's going to come down to is fathers with shotguns and what they're willing to do with those shotguns. So, that's the thing is I have morals that I think are important for my family. If your family wants to do some stupid shit, I could care less. Yeah.
So wait a minute, you could care less if your neighbor is pimping out his 6-year-old daughter?
Well, in general, I don't care about stupid shit. No, that I'd be very happy to whack them about.
That's a violation of their autonomy.
Yes.
So
Why is it a violation of their autonomy?
So
that's why I'm asking, when do they become a woman? Like, let's just say it's a girl.
Good question.
Does she become an adult at age 9 and 10 when she starts going through the earlier forms of puberty?
I've never met a 9 or 10-year-old adult.
I haven't yet.
But you just wait a minute. You just said adult though. Like I'm talking about in a potential libertarian society. You say a 9-year-old adult, but in a libertarian society, a 9-year-old could very well be an adult.
Well, no, they couldn't. Right? So it's going to vary a little bit by person. There is an individual variation. It's not as much as some people would like to pretend. No 10-year-old is an adult.
The light on the hallway is shining on my son's face.
Can you get? What was that? I'm sorry. You got that. The young lady cut out. The young lady cut out there.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm hearing that Twitch and DLive are working fine now. But what was that you're saying, Melanie?
Yeah. So there is some individual variation on when you become an adult. It is not as varied as some people would like to pretend it is. No 10-year-old is an adult. I mean, somewhere around late teens, you become an adult.
But are you talking about biologically?
No.
Okay, well, so who's to say that in a libertarian society they don't decide it's best that 11-year-old girls are now adults? Because freedom, right?
Well,
freedom.
first of all, they would die. Well, that's not freedom because you don't have
you
don't have the freedom to aggress against other people.
It's not aggression. If I say, "Hey, my daughter's 8 years old and I want to make some money,"
is aggression,
so I let the neighbor.
So, I mean,
why is it
correct me
aggression?
if I'm wrong, but you're trying to figure out.
For one thing, 8-year-olds don't consent to sex.
When
that
they
doesn't
are.
happen.
How do you know that? Wait a minute. That's the very question, though.
Okay.
How do you know they
So
don't?
we're trying to
How do you
figure
decide?
out when can they make agreements? When can a human being make a binding agreement as an adult? I mean, that's what we're trying to find out, right?
Sure.
And yeah, like putting an age on it, it's awkward. It works kind of, but not always. Now, I would say personally,
Isn't it better just to have government then in that situation?
Oh God, no!
Absolutely
Because
not.
the government is going to make horrible fucking decisions.
That's what I'm going to say. The government's going to run Epstein's Island.
Can I please counter that? If the
Sure.
government says, hey, look, at the age of here's a statistic for you. The most common age of consent in the United States. This is just the most common. So that could just mean that it's 40 states that it's like this way. It could mean 30 states that it's like this way. It is the age of consent. The most common one in the U.S. is 16.
Okay.
It's 16. Okay. Now I don't know if that's with consent to the parent or not, but it is 16. The rest are usually 17 or 17 with consent, and then there's 18. Once you're 18, it's whatever. You can do whatever you want. So that being said, I mean, the government has in that situation, most, 18 people can mostly agree. Okay, 18. Once you're 18 years old, you can consent to sexual intercourse. Why isn't the government doing a good job right there?
Well, let me tell you a little bit about how the government fucks up in that particular area. The government, the government has literally convicted 2 children of raping each other. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, it does not make any sense that the government has put a 17-year-old girl in prison and on the sex offender life. On the sex offender list for the rest of her life because she was giving some guy a blowjob and sent a picture of it to her friend. So they prosecuted her for child pornography. She went to prison and she was 17. She was doing some.
That was older than 18.
Well, she was doing some shit that, it was probably stupid shit to do. But for the government to come along and literally ruin her life, that didn't improve anything.
Okay, that's great. So how about we say this? How about we say we get rid of shitty little laws like that, where it's like a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old having sex, or something like that. And why don't we just say you can't have sex or you can't consent to intercourse in the United States? Let's say it was a federal law, and I know you guys hate that. Libertarians hate that, but what if the federal government came in and said, maybe we can even make it 17? I'm a realistic guy. I know that teenagers have sex, but let's just say, for conversation's sake, it's 18. We say 18 is the age of consent. You know what I mean? If an 18-year-old fucks a 13-year-old person, that's rape. That person gets in trouble, right? So why isn't the government doing a good job in that sense?
For one thing, that's not what the government is doing. That's what you imagine you might get the government to do if you actually had any power, but you don't because it's a great big club, but you're not in it.
Also, okay, we're going off of the hard and fast rule of 18 years old. Okay, I could absolutely see a scenario where a father is pimping out his 25-year-old Down syndrome girl. Okay, like that's an extenuating circumstance where she's not actually able to make adult decisions.
And
so I mean, age alone is not enough.
0.001% of the time, right?
It illustrates the point that age alone is not an absolute factor.
Well, yeah, and so what the government
that example right there is like the most absolutely impossibly extreme example.
What the government wrote down on a piece of paper and said they were going to do is completely irrelevant. It's what the government is actually doing. What the government is actually doing is a large majority of senators or pedophiles, they're over there running a rape island. They're not enforcing actual child molesters, but they're convicting 17-year-olds of having naked pictures of themselves. That's what is actually occurring. So that's the government version of age of consent. The libertarian version of age of consent is society kind of knows when you're an adult, and if you go around raping kids, you're going to get fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand. I feel like that's we can't throw the baby out. Isn't the whole don't you guys think that the libertarian ideal in general is kind of like you guys are throwing out the baby with the bathwater there? I mean, the government
it's Rosemary's Baby. It needs to be thrown out.
Rosemary's.
It's evil.
I mean, I used to be a libertarian. I love Ron Paul. I love Ron Paul.
The government has had 10,000 years to get its shit straight and quit being awful.
No, but that's not.
I think we're done trying.
We're talking about the United States government.
Okay, then it's had 200 years. Then it's had 200
years isn't that long compared to 10,000.
200 years is long enough to not have the majority of your leaders be raping kids.
It's longer than
the majority of our leaders aren't raping kids. There might be some of them, but you can't say the majority of them without. Yeah, citation needed for sure.
No. I mean, I would like you to prove beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt. Sorry, that's bad speech.
A shadow of reasonable doubt.
I would like you to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the majority of our Senate and House of Representatives are not pedophiles.
That's not how logical arguing works. The burden of
I have reason to. I have a reasonable suspicion. I have a reasonable suspicion. The burden of proof is on the accuser.
You're the accuser, so the burden of proof is on you to prove that most of them are.
What's an acceptable percentage? If this was a corporation and a large percentage
this is basic logic and argument. Come on.
got caught raping kids, at what percentage would you be like, this is a fucked up corporation?
No, wait. But like we just have to get to the main point here. The burden of proof lies on the accuser. You are both accusing the majority of our government officials of being pedophiles.
No, I
and
said
rapists.
leaders.
So
that's
you
different than
have-
officials.
Well, figures, fine, semantics, but whatever.
No, it's not
You
semantics.
Semantics
because
is meaning.
the DMV bitch is a government official. She's not a government leader.
Okay, so I still would say the burden of proof lies on the accuser. You have to provide the evidence the majority of them are rapists and pedophiles. It's not for me to disprove it.
That is
we're
true,
not
but I
looking
can't
to put
send
them-
you citations through the airwaves. So.
We're
because
not
they don't exist.
we're not looking to,
No, it's
to
because
kill
of how
them or
Airwaves
put them
work.
in prison or
They don't
anything
exist.
that
Hop on
requires
Google. It
proof
takes
beyond
10
a
seconds.
reasonable doubt. We're just telling you why we don't want to give one organization absolute power, a license to kill, and make it answerable only to itself. One reason is because a lot of people in that government are fucking lunatics. Okay? There's the socialism never works. Now, what does socialism do? Socialism is when the government owns the means of production. The first means of production that are acquired by any government are the guns, bats, boots, and bastonada that they need for law enforcement. Those are their first means of production. And as soon as they socialize law enforcement, things start going to shit. All of a sudden, you can't just whack the pedophile. You have to hope that the government gets around to it someday. And a lot of times they don't.
So like in frontier times, maybe. So like in frontier time, maybe this is just a cliche from reading books in elementary school and watching Little House on the Prairie. I'll admit that, but I mean, like, isn't it that in the frontier times, women and men would get married a little bit younger? Like a 21-year-old man that had a job and a home might find a wife who's 14 or 15. They have children. She stays at the house. He does the whatever, like your kind of cliche, free frontier family. And that wasn't considered like pedophilia, right? But we would consider that pedophilia today.
I mean, some people would. 15 is, I wouldn't go as low as 14.
The word is
15
actually
kind of
I don't know,
aphebophilia,
because-
but no one's going to learn a 4-syllable word.
But it's a very different situation if you take a 15-year-old who is raised to be a responsible adult and not raised to be an infantile mess, and then actually marry her and provide her with a house and food and treat her as your wife. Versus if you're just a 40-year-old asshole walking around banging random 15-year-olds. Those are entirely different situations.
Yes, and it's a
there's
cultural
also
thing.
a
It's a
big
cultural
difference
thing.
between boys and girls. I was enthusiastically pursuing and occasionally catching sex when I was 13, and some of it was with older women. I lost my virginity to a woman who was much older than I am, but she had an IQ that was probably somewhere around 100, and I have 146. So it,
you're smart.
I don't. My point is that I don't believe that she raped me. That doesn't mean I'm going to go around banging 13-year-olds, because personally, I don't want to deal with people that are like 30. But and I'm not crazy about dealing with most 30-year-olds. But the thing is, the government is always going to come up with a hard and fast, one-size-fits-all solution. It's never going to be quite the right solution, because no one-size-fits-all solution
but that's with anything, right?
can be right.
It's never going to be perfect.
That is not with anything. Like, that's actually the point of being libertarian, is that we can say, okay, here are our principles, and here is the situation. And we have to figure out how our principles apply to the unique situation.
And
Okay,
on
here's a good
most
one,
things we can disagree with each other. We don't all have to be the same, because we're not trying to force everyone else to live our way.
What if your way is the best way?
Well,
Well,
I
then it
think
will be
my way
so
is the best,
attractive.
but not everybody agrees.
And it will be so attractive and so successful
When
that
people
most
come
of
into
the
my
smart
house-
people will want to do it.
When people come into my house, I force them to act under the rules of my house because I think it's the best way.
Well, that's your house, fair? So you can do
okay,
that.
what if it's my country? What if it's my country?
As long as you're not forcing anyone into your house, we're fine.
It is my country.
Well, if you want to claim it, you're going to have to come and fight me, bitch.
We're on the that doesn't make any sense because we're supposed to be on the same side, so we should both be.
Why are we on the same side?
You're a statist and I'm an anarchist.
We're both on the same country, though. You still believe
we're both
in the
same.
We're in the same place. That doesn't mean we're on the same side. If people were on the
nation.
If people in the same place were always on the same side, there would be a lot less violence in the world.
I'm not saying that we're always on the same side. I'm saying don't you think that, like, even as a libertarian, that people that live and are citizens of America should both be on the same side in the sense that they think that their rules should go in their country?
I think they should all help me overthrow the government. We should all be on the same side and killing those motherfuckers.
You literally just said that we're not on the same side.
Well, we're not, but we should be. You should all become.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so that's what. Let me just lead it to a question. Okay, so I was talking about when somebody comes into my house, like I make my rules for my house because I think that's the best rules. Mm-hmm. And then that's what we do in this country too. Like we vote.
Well, we're assuming that no one was.
But you don't get to make
house,
rules
right?
for your neighbor's house.
Yeah. See, there's a difference thing when you get into voting. Okay, there you've got a real problem because first of all, every gang rape is a democratic success story because the majority get what they want and the minority gets fucked. That's exactly what happens in democracy every single time.
Two wolves and a sheep arguing over what to have for dinner.
Mm-hmm. The founding fathers knew all this shit. I don't know how. I don't know why the fuck they thought they had to form a government.
So you guys believe in like an open borders for America, right?
No.
I am not particularly concerned about where people travel. If somebody is problematic in my area, I have no problem running them out. And if somebody is non-problematic, I don't care where they came from.
Okay, so let's take the word problematic and expand on it. So what if problematic means completely replacing the entire other group that's already there?
Well, I don't think you can do that because if you show up in a country, the people who live there are still there.
You can't do that without a welfare state, and you can't do it without state-unknowned property.
That's what I'm getting into.
If everything was private property, that would not be able to occur. If there was no welfare state, that would not be able to occur.
Okay,
another good reason to get rid of government.
So good. So let's build the wall and fucking abolish welfare, right?
Okay. Well, I don't want to pay for your wall because I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you
awesome.
what.
I have an awesome
I've been
idea.
robbed by a lot more Americans than I've been robbed by foreigners. I have never been robbed by a foreigner.
Okay. What if we do this?
But the American government robs me blind every chance they get. So why don't we build a wall around D.C.?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have all the land that's on the border be sold to private individuals? Those private individuals build the wall to protect our country, and then the government gives a tax break to the guy that did that.
How about the government gives a tax break to me because I don't give a fuck about their presidents and I don't give a fuck about their
tax breaks
wars.
for everybody, but especially to people who build the walls.
I would say we should give everybody 100% tax break, and if somebody living on the border wants to build a wall, I don't care. If they don't want to build a wall, I don't care because I don't live anywhere near there. It's not my problem.
So it's okay with you if I'm a quadrillionaire, I'm being funny here, if I'm a quadrillionaire and I decide to privately fund my own wall that lets no people in from Mexico, no people in from Canada, we have a super heavy Coast Guard presence and nobody can come into our country, right?
Well, the Coast Guard, you might have a hard time owning the layout of the ocean. I'm not particularly bothered by walls. I'm kind of more worried about the fact that they're airdropping Somalians in my city, but I don't think a wall is a very effective way to keep out people, and it only really deals with Mexico and people
Really?
who fly to Mexico.
Really? Have you seen how big those walls are? Like, could you climb over one of those
What walls? They don't have one.
You don't really have to climb over it. You can get in a boat and go a few miles around on either end of the wall. You can go over the wall in an airplane.
Could you get over that wall?
Would I be?
Well, there's no wall there, so yeah.
I don't know how to fly, but
Well,
but
they're building a
sure.
pretty impressive wall in big portions, and I agree that you can go around.
Okay,
that's
then
why
what's
we have
the-
a military
then what's the
presence
problem?
in those areas.
Like, if they're building it right now, then what's the problem?
Are you going to remove all the airports? Are you going to end air travel? Are you going to end travel by boats? I mean, some of this shit is things that I want to do. I want to be able to leave the country and come back.
Are you talking about just general tourism?
Yeah.
I'm kind of opposed to tourism on a moral stance.
Like, I understand that.
Moral about
I understand
tourism.
that, the moral stance on the tourism, but what I'm saying is, like, immigration and tourism are not the same thing. Like, if somebody from China wants to come to America, they want to see their family or see our, landmarks or whatever, and eat our food, and then maybe go back home. It's like, okay, that's fine. They weren't here.
Well,
as
then
a
how do you
citizen.
make
They're
sure
here.
how do you make sure they go back home? First of all, second of all, tourism can become almost immigration because you target cities, and then you say, okay, these cities are going to have a complete influx of foreigners who use it for things that they don't want to do in their homes. They're going to come here to this city or however many popular cities, completely shit on the city, and then go home and not have to deal with it. So I don't know how that's having a different 500 people every day is all that different than a 500 people just moving there and having the same.
Okay, so in the beginning,
Chinese immigration in
you
particular, I would be absolutely delighted if we could get some of the freedom fighters from Hong Kong to move here, and I'd even be willing to trade the Chinese government some of our communists for them. I think that would rock. We could deport our communists to China instead of sending people back who want to be free.
I'd take that trade.
Then again, if they're coming to America because they want to impose communism on America, well, then we might throw hands.
So in the beginning, you said, "How are you gonna like?"
China.
The lady,
I want to
the lady
offer them
mentioned
free
how
tickets to communist China.
I'm sorry, what was that?
the lady mentioned that. Like you said, how are you gonna like in the example I talked about tourism? You're like, how are you gonna find out if they're not just staying here, right?
Right. Yeah. Once you let them in, how do you know that how are you going to ensure that they leave?
Well, like you could be like, well, Ching Chong Chang came in at 2 p.m. Ching Chong Chang stayed for 3 days. Ching Chong Chang hasn't left in a long time.
No, but how do you know that?
See, you're gonna pay way more to have a bunch of bureaucrats watching and micromanaging these people than they would cost you by being here, especially if you've eliminated the entire welfare state because you don't have a government.
Most illegals are visa overstays anyway.
If somebody wants to come here and work and trade with me, I don't care where they came from. If somebody wants to come and suck down welfare, I don't care where they came from either. I'd like the Americans who are sucking down welfare to get the fuck out. But living here doesn't give you a right to rob me to live. Not that they actually rob me. Your precious government robs me and pays them.
I don't think the government would have that hard of a time. Like the people find out. Like it's like, okay,
they're having a pretty hard time
America.
now. How much do they spend on border immigration?
If we're using extreme vetting, okay, and people are coming in for like tourism.
But that's not
well, that's going to cost money, isn't it?
Okay, but if we were doing extreme, like you're just asking in a hypothetical situation, how would you make sure that person went back? You could just be like, okay, this person is going to be here for how long? Okay, and this long. If we haven't seen them go on a flight, or if they're still in the land, we go to them and they're like, "Why are you still here?"
Are you gonna tag every person with the implant with the tracking number? Like, how do you intend to accomplish
we have computers. We have computers.
Computers
don't know where you are unless somebody is telling them.
To spy on all of them,
There's databases all over that show warrants for felons, and we pick them up all the time. You think that it wouldn't be easy to just find somebody that came in?
Do you have any idea how many warrants are unfulfilled?
Do you have any idea how much money they're spending on immigration now?
Well, my point is, there's not as many warrants as there are going to be there's going to be more warrants than tourists. Like, if we cut off all immigration, 100%, that's what I'm talking about. If we cut off 100% of immigration, except for people that get approved to come in.
But why except for that?
Wait, let me finish the thought, and you can see where I'm going with this. So if we cut off all immigration, and then people were coming in for tourism or to work or something, there would be so little, there'd be such a small
Wait, why would you be able to come into work?
Why would you be able to come into work?
Yeah, if you're not moving here, why are you coming here to work?
Why would you not be able to come in and work?
No, but if you can't move here, why would you be able to come here to work?
I still don't understand who's benefiting from not having people move here.
Actually, no, that's a good point. Fuck those people. Well, special circumstances, people can come into the country. Otherwise, you can't come here, right? It's our country. You can't come here.
How are you
see, fuck that.
How are you going to come here and not live here?
The people who are going to be making those decisions are bad people, okay? They're presidents, congressmen, senators, judges. I'm talking about tyrants.
Power addicts all.
I have never had as much trouble with foreigners as I have had with tyrants. So what do I gain by making sure that the person who escaped Hong Kong and came to America has to go back to Hong Kong? What do I gain by not having them here?
When you were talking about you've had more problem with tyrants than you had, I just want to make sure that's what you said. So you said something along the lines of you've had more problems with tyrants
than with immigrants.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Immigrants
because
have never harmed me.
It's the tyrants. The tyrants are the ones letting in the immigrants.
They're doing a little bit more than letting them in.
Yeah.
They're going and gathering them up and then dropping them here. That's at least if they had to get here by themselves and get in by themselves, that would be like some barrier to entry, right?
Yeah,
like, are you smart enough to make it here would at least be a barrier to entry. Whereas right now we're gathering them up and then dropping them in American cities.
And I certainly don't support I certainly don't support.
But they're currently doing the opposite. Is my problem. I
certainly don't support having the government robbing me of money in order to bring immigrants here any more than I support them robbing me of money to keep them out. Because I don't give a fuck if they're here or not. They're just absolutely a non-problem. They make life more interesting. And huh?
I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Yeah, he's gone. This other guy's still hanging on the line. You want to see if he's got any better?
Let's hear what he has to say about what we were talking about.
All right, we got somebody here. Who are you? Oh, wow, we've got lots of...
Is someone on the line? Hey,
anybody
we can hear
there?
You.
Is anybody
I hear you.
there?
I've been waiting for you guys.
All right, what's up?
Oh man, my phone's about to die. That would stink. Yeah, so you guys were kind of doing a roundabout way of trying to talk about that age of consent thing.
Oh, there was actually something I really wanted to say on the subject. So, I mean, there are obviously some problems with putting a specific linear limit on time, which doesn't always apply. And what I was trying to point out with the example of, okay, well, if you have Down syndrome, you're not going to reach maturity at 18. What I was pointing out with that is that there's a variability on whether or not that works. So we need to find a standard other than how long you've existed to be a determinant of whether you have moral agency. Now, from where we're at now as a culture, I would say that determinant is when you can provide for yourself. When you can afford your own rent.
That's not good enough because you have children who
that seems ridiculous.
You have child actors and you have things like that. That's not going to work.
So you were also talking about how, like, when you side on this, you think the government is wrong for arresting pedos as opposed to Just live and let live, libertarianism.
Nobody said
there
that.
should be no government.
They should be
You're
shot in the
lying.
face.
No one
not
said
say
that.
No, you
and
said
no
the,
one
the
agrees
government
with that.
existing.
I said I'd
You said
happily whack some pedos. Maybe you're an idiot and you didn't understand that.
No, you probably said whack off some pedos with knowing you, but you
don't know
were
me, bitch, so don't pretend.
Oh, what a zinger.
Okay, libertarian, calm down. Take an insulin shot. Now, the fact is, the government.
Do I need an insulin
arresting
shot because you're
pedophiles.
just so sweet?
Okay, that was funny. That was,
Okay, so
haha.
you're about to
The-
defend
the
the,
government
government that
arresting
exists in your head
pedophiles.
and not the government that exists in reality, because that's not what the government does.
Wait, who arrested Epstein? The government?
Who let him get away? Or let him get murdered? I think, personally, I think he's sitting on the beach in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably good.
Who was it who told Acosta that he had to cut Epstein a sweetheart deal because he belonged? Hey, shut the fuck up! Because he belongs to intelligence, and he's above Acosta's pay grade. Who said that? Government.
Dude, there's corrupt politicians, obviously, and they're in on it. But Epstein was a private citizen. He was your libertarian's wet dream. The private billionaire owns his own island, and it was a sex island. All right? We need government.
I don't know how that makes him my wet dream. That's kind of exactly the opposite of what I want.
So who is he running from? Private security militias or the governments? He was running from the government.
He was working for the fucking government.
Who was going to prevent the parents from killing him?
He was corrupting
the
politicians.
So when he got his sweetheart deal, for being accused of this the first time, the reason he got the sweetheart deal is because he was an intelligence asset.
Did you know that it
was
illegal?
He was working for the government.
Since they caught Epstein the first time years ago, it was illegal to kill him.
Actually, according to the last document drop, I'm told he was also working for the FBI, who knew that he was raping children.
He was working. Oh, come on! You know as well as I know, he was a Mossad agent.
I mean, that's not.
There's a lot of Mossad agents that cooperate with the FBI,
and that's not outside of FBI's MO.
Both of those are true.
Okay,
he is both Mossad and FBI.
The FBI has copped to and been caught running a child's porn site.
Mossad, I think that's true. It's probably true. FBI, I have documentation
You're saying the worst crime is that government exists to arrest these people.
No, the worst crime is that the government has taken onto itself a role of having absolute power, a license to kill, and being answerable only to themselves. I'm more concerned about their protecting Epstein than about their arresting them.
You would do a tough guy?
I absolutely would arrest Epstein given the opportunity.
Yeah, you and that lady next to you and the fat guy next to you on the other side, the three of you would take down Epstein and his billionaire empire?
Anybody with a gun could have taken him out very easily.
Silence,
All you got to do is shoot him in the face.
It's amazing because that's a stupid question. Yes. Of course we would.
This is actually there's a reason why the meme of the libertarian pedophile and age of consent conversation always comes up. It's because you guys have nothing when it comes to hard moral violations of the law.
Well, actually, I think it's just because most people who bring it up are morons like you. Anyway, I'm going to drop this.
No, I want pedophiles.
Yeah, go for it. By the way,
and now we've got Steven from Ohio. Hey, Steven. Can you hear me? Oh, wait, I'm not in there. Now I'm in.
Yeah, hi.
How you doing?
I wanted to comment on the age of consent issue.
Cool.
Have at.
So, you think individuals who sleep with children should be whacked, or trick children into giving sexual acts should be whacked? Well, does that mean that? I think you would have a disagreement with Ian, because if I'm not mistaken, several years ago, and it's come up over the past couple years as well, Ian himself has said that at 10 years old, he was more than capable of consenting to give a blowjob for a video game in the early 90s.
Ian and I don't agree on everything.
So by your own standards, you want us to go harass a rape victim?
No, I'm saying, what do you think of that? What is your opinion on that?
My opinion is that I'm not going to go harass a rape victim.
Well, I guess my first thought about it is that boys and girls aren't necessarily the same. I was also actually sexually active early. I was sexually active at 13. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have a. I was pretty happy with it. I certainly wasn't raped. So, you know, it's. But no, I don't agree. I don't agree with Ian on everything, and that's probably one of our biggest disputes. We have a different idea on where to draw those lines.
Well, and one of the things that we're really talking about here is not whether a person was willing to do a thing, but whether they had enough maturity to make that decision.
Yeah, there's a big jump from somebody may have been a victim of sexual assault when he was a child and not be looking at it the way you think he did, than somebody who rapes children. That's like kind of the opposite. So false equivalency, bro.
Well, not Ian, sorry. Melanie, I was going to ask, what makes Ian a rape victim in this case?
So by your
He was 11.
Yeah, I think he was 10. But yeah, he was a child.
How do you know he wasn't capable of consenting at that period of time? Doesn't that
Because he
affect
was a
everybody?
child.
But doesn't that set on at a different age for pretty much everybody? Some people clearly mature faster than others. How do you know Ian wasn't
Nobody
capable?
becomes an
Some people
adult at 10, sorry.
Like, I agree with you that people do mature at different rates, and they sort of pass that threshold at different times in their life, if they do pass that
But
threshold
there's a
at
very
all.
narrow
I personally have yet to
spectrum.
meet a 10-year-old that I consider an adult.
Well, it's not whether or not somebody's an adult. Children have sex all the time. People between the ages of 10 to 16 are fucking all the time. So, you know, what if a 10-year-old just decides this is fun?
And a 15-year-old.
No, but what I'm saying is, what if a 10-year-old decides, hey, this is fun, I'd like to do that? You don't think that a 10-year-old can
Children
make that
make
decision?
really stupid
Right.
decisions all the time that they decide that things are fun that they ought not do, and that's why they have parents.
Children decide of their own free will that eating too much candy is an awesome idea. That's a bad decision. They don't actually have the tools to make a wise decision,
And if you're
to
their
make
parents,
a mature
it's
adult
your job to stop
decision.
them.
Yeah,
But candy is inherently bad and will harm you, right? You could develop things
So
like
is
type
sex
2
at
diabetes.
10.
Candy is
So
not
is
inherently
prepubescent
bad.
sex.
It's bad
No,
if it's abused.
what harm is it gonna, you know, like in Ian's case, what harm to giving head cause him? Like, he's physically fine to this day. I don't think he has a health condition from it. Like, if a 10-year-old
I
decides
think
to
it
give
did some
head,
mental
what's the
damage to
problem?
him. I think it
No,
did
but
some
what-
mental damage to him.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
but
if
does
it-
candy do mental damage
No,
as
candy
opposed to
does
physical damage?
Yes.
to you.
So there's a very big difference there. So what if some 10-year-olds might
Yes,
not
there
get
is a
any?
difference between having too much candy as a kid and being raped. Yes, I agree.
So
that
why was
those
the
are
equivalency
different.
made?
The equivalency is because
It's not an
Sex
equivalency.
is-
It's saying that children. It's an example of children making stupid decisions.
Except that, again, this is something that's very different. I mean, there are adults that can't stop shoving shit down their throat, as anybody watching Twitch could tell. But at the same time, you know,
Was that about the candy or the sex?
that was about the candy.
Okay, it was ambiguous.
right. So
But,
if an adult decides that they're gonna eat so much candy that they give themselves diabetes, I don't approve of the decision. I don't agree with the decision. But if they are an adult, I will allow them to make
Adults
that mistake.
also decide to have stupid sex all the time too, but they're adults, so they're allowed to do that.
So what
Right.
what would you say the starting age is then? Like, at what age does somebody begin to get to the point where they are competent enough
So-
to
It
think that they
varies
can
by
make the decision?
person.
I
no
think
less
it's
than
not.
15.
It's not. I think it's not an age exactly. It is a demonstration of your ability. Now, what exactly we consider an appropriate demonstration of your ability is a long, complicated, nuanced conversation that we need to have.
And it's something that can't be or should not be one size fits all, because everybody has different people have different ideas. You know, my grandparents married at like 13, as I understand, or not my grandparents, my great grandparents. Now, do I think that was a great idea? No. Do I think they were pedophiles? No.
Well, 13 is
They were
also a
both
problem.
kids.
13 is also a problem because you can't safely carry to term until your late teens, especially without the benefit of modern medical technology.
I also think.
Well, they did okay.
And just to lend a little bit of perspective to the conversation, and I'm not trying to belittle the importance of what we're discussing because it is important, but I do want to point out that the comparison here is a world in which 10-year-olds suck people off, which is not good, but in comparison to a world in which we, say, genocide the people of Yemen, you know, it's a less bad option.
Yeah, but again, this is something that's in the media right now, or rather social media. If you look at things like #SaveTheChildren, you know, children being victims of sex crimes and whatnot is a very hot topic. And it's one that's plagued the libertarian, scene for a long time, because it's often asked, if you're a libertarian, I get this question all the time, when do you think, somebody can give consent to sex? And it's always difficult to, give the answer of nobody really knows, because then, you're accused.
I wouldn't leave it that open-ended. Like, it varies by person. No, I would say no less than 15. But it varies by person. That doesn't mean every 15-year-old can consent, because every 15-year-old cannot consent. Some 16-year-olds.
What would you do about two 13-year-olds who have sex?
There's no aggressor because they're both 13.
Oh, wait a second.
What if
Okay,
one's 14 or 13 and a half?
Well, hold on for just a quick point. Just a quick point. So to lend context to the conversation, another thing that libertarians argue about a lot, because this is one of those things that libertarians argue about, because it's complicated. It's really complicated. It's biology. Biology is squishy and fuzzy and weird. And another thing that libertarians argue about a lot is abortion. Now, if we knew for certain, here is the exact moment when a human life begins, it would make that conversation much simpler.
I disagree.
Do know that. And
I'm not saying it would cause agreement. I'm saying it would simplify the conversation.
See, it wouldn't
Biology
simplify it at all
is pretty clear
for me.
on what a zygote is, though.
Because I still don't have a duty to defend. And I'm not interested. If people are incapable of raising children, okay, especially if they're incapable of raising children because they're not very bright and they've been on welfare for a long time and will probably stay that way for the rest of their life, then even if that child is born and raised by the state, that's still welfare that I've got to pay for.
Well,
I don't want to pay for it.
Well, let's not get too far off the beaten path. I was actually really quickly going to ask.
Oh, we beat all the path.
So no younger than 15. You know what? This is really controversial, but I don't care.
Prepubescent is definitely off limits.
Years ago, there was a show. Everybody's heard of it. It was Dateline NBC did investigations on some child sex predators. They used to invite them over to houses, whatnot, bust them. That was Chris Hansen's whole bit. There was a 19-year-old on the show. His name was Richard Breel. He was one of the people that was brought into one of these investigations, and he had showed up to the house to sleep with a 14-year-old, and his life was turned upside down. I'm not excusing what he did, but what do you really think there's that big of a maturity difference between a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old?
Between a female 14-year-old and a male 19-year-old? No, not really.
Between a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old?
Between a female 14-year-old and a male 19-year-old.
A lot of it comes down to the family, though.
I'm not comfortable offing that guy.
If dad had offed the guy,
I'm not comfortable offing that guy, but I'm not interfering. I'm also not comfortable interfering with the parents offing the guy.
So wait, do you think there's a set age difference where somebody deserves to be offed for their crime?
That's not the issue. The issue is, what is he guilty of? If he's guilty of child rape, then he deserves to be off. If he's not, then he does not.
Well, so that's actually an important part of this is. Once now we can argue, and we are arguing about when you become a moral agent. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that happens after you become a moral agent, if you murder someone, we have to deal with that. And we have to deal with you as someone who willingly performed that action. Now, if a 5-year-old murders somebody, we can't deal with that in the same way.
No, in some cases you could. If that person is provably a psychopath or a sociopath, which means absolutely incapable of developing a conscience and absolutely without a conscience, then it wouldn't bother me if somebody whacked that
I don't know that you
person.
can prove that at 5.
Huh?
I doubt you can prove that at 5.
Well, certainly psychologists don't want to go out on that limb and make that determination. But if somebody is clearly a psychopath or sociopath, which is generally going to involve a long history of violence against animals and children, animals and humans, then
So Melanie
I don't care what happens.
So Melanie alluded a couple minutes ago to the idea that 2 13-year-olds having sex isn't that big of a deal because there's no aggressor.
No. I said it's not rape because there isn't an aggressor. It's a
and
problem.
So there isn't an aggressor because they're both under the age of 15, which you've determined
because they're
is like
both
the minimum.
children.
So what if a 12-year-old has sex with a 6-year-old? Is there an aggressor there?
I would say almost certainly.
But why not? They're both under that. They're both children in your eyes.
The age difference is what matters. So if a 16-year-old is sleeping with a 15-year-old, it's probably a problem in this society because probably neither one of them can support themselves.
Yeah. And the other thing is there are 12-year-olds
support themselves,
who seek
which
sex.
I think is a good
there are no
idea
6-year-olds
part of
seeking
being a moral
sex.
agent.
Well, it's a good idea before
they
you
haven't
risk
gone
pregnancy.
through puberty. They don't have the hormonal background that's going to make them want sex. So if they are actually having sex, it's almost certainly against their will. And it's almost and that means that the older person involved is almost certainly an aggressor.
So again, this is the last kind of theoretical I'll give. Like when I was younger, I ran across a pornographic video when I was around 8 years old, something I should have never seen at that age. But hey, the collection was out there, so I put it in. And what I noticed is like, even as a young 8-9-year-old boy, I was like, oh wow, that looks kind of interesting. As I had witnessed fellatio. What if 2 children, kind of under the age of 11, just decide to go at it just because they see it on a videotape? Is that still
okay? You're mixing questions and you're not asking a clear question. If the question is that rape? Obviously not, because if neither one of them, if 2 people are the same age, it can't be child molestation.
So what makes it rape effectively? You're saying like the age difference is what makes it rape, not a static age itself?
Well, if you're an adult, if everyone's an adult, then it's not rape.
I would say you can't actually
unless
rape.
It's rape.
You can't. I would say that you can't actually rape until you become a moral agent. In the same way that you can't actually murder until you become a moral agent.
Somebody gets shot by a 10-year-old child soldier in Africa, they're just as dead as they are if they got shot by an older person.
They are just as dead. However, the solution is
you never
different.
have to.
The solution of shot by a 5-year-old is different from the solution of shot by a 20-year-old. They are the same. They are the same problem, but different solutions.
I don't know that age is the primary determiner there. I mean, certainly there's a big difference between being shot by somebody accidentally and being shot by them intentionally. But
it would be very difficult, I think, for a 10-year-old to be able to, premeditate cold-blooded murder, or even to premeditate the idea of being in combat. In fact, that's why
but there are those who do.
Yeah, but there are the thing is a lot.
So that's the thing. Like when it comes to child soldiers in Africa, it's not the 10-year-old premeditating. It's someone else that does all the planning. They do train
and that's
them,
why you deal with
and
it differently.
They do get them to fire the gun, but they don't actually do the premeditating themselves. It's someone else that does all the planning.
So would the 10-year-old then not be guilty of murder, or what would you think there?
Yeah, I would
no, I
definitely
don't
say
think a
that the
10-year-old can be guilty of
10-year-old
murder.
is not guilty of murder in that case. They didn't plan it out. This was not their idea.
I mean, I don't know. I would really have to know a lot more about the situation. That's the problem with hypotheticals. You're given like 3 data points on a situation and asked to make a moral judgment. And if I actually needed to make a moral judgment on the first thing I would be doing is gathering more information.
I had seen a show a little while ago. I think it was called Underground Incorporated, Criminals Incorporated, something along those lines, where drug dealers and illicit weapons manufacturers in Venezuela had been recruiting children as their assassins, because people wouldn't suspect a child walking up to them and killing them. And
that happens here too.
Well, yeah,
and in that case, I would say that the child is like the gun. They are a tool of the actual user.
I would say that the government is guilty because if they weren't having a war on drugs and a war on guns, then they wouldn't have created a huge organized crime problem. You know, the mafia was no big deal until Prohibition came along, and then Prohibition caused the worst crime wave in American history until the war on drugs came along and said, "Hold my beer, Prohibition."
And Prohibition also made it so I can't own a fucking machine gun. Screw them.
Yeah.
But what I was going to get at with that,
which is a violation of your Second Amendment rights.
Okay, I'm going to step out for about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, what I was kind of getting at though was in this documentary they were going in depth as to how this worked, and they did some interviews with a couple of these kids. Of course, they blurred their faces out and whatnot. And one of them had said that it was a massive mistake and they were just doing it for extra money for their family, and now they were extraordinarily worried because said assassins and drug dealers and illicit weapons manufacturers were threatening their family. Now the question that, you know, because I was watching it with my wife and she kind of looked at me and she was like, well, if that kid's old enough to understand the importance of their family around them and the concept of mortality, would they then be able to understand what they were doing as far as walking up to these strangers and murdering?
Well, just because they understand it now after it happens and while they're being interviewed doesn't mean they understood it at the time.
Well, but even then, I mean, like, if you walk into a room and someone's literally got a gun against your head, like, you're obviously being coerced into what you're doing right now. I'm not going to hold you responsible for what you do. That's not actually.
Wouldn't
your
that
choice.
apply to adult as well though? Like if you, well,
Yes.
I'm not gonna.
Yes, if someone is threatening your life to do this thing, I'm not going to hold you to the same standard as if you're the originator of the idea.
I'm going to hold you to a much lower standard. That does not fully absolve you in all situations, though.
I'll give you that it doesn't fully absolve you, but like that's a no-win situation.
Well, humans are primarily motivated by their self-interest, though. Like your group around you, your kin, so to speak, are your primary, you know, that's your priority, basically. You know, your wife, your kids, whatnot. You know, if somebody holds you at gunpoint and says, you either kill a bunch of these people over here or I'm going to murder your child, you know, that instinct to protect your child is so strong that I would argue that probably, in my opinion, would absolve you of your crime of going into like a family reunion and, you know, offing people, because you're not going to be thinking about that because you have no relation to that other family. You're primarily worried about taking care of your child. I would say they would be fully absolved.
Well, yeah, you changed the hypo, though.
No, I'm saying
the original hypo was they're going to kill you.
Imagine a world with no hypothetical situation.
Well, fine. Let's just say they're going to kill you unless you kill this family. I'm not going to blame the person that goes out and, you know, commits the crime.
I'm really not going to think I'm not going to think particularly lowly of that person. That doesn't mean they're 100% clean.
Well, are you
it's probably
saying
going to depend on how I feel about the victims?
Well, the thing.
Well, and the real answer to this is that no one person can make this decision. That's why we actually have this jury system, which is not perfect by any means, but is just the best thing we figured out thus far. Let's get a group of people together, and they will figure out how guilty this person is.
Well, it was a great idea until the government decided to make the system so unfair that 96% of cases end in plea bargains.
And boy, did they fuck that shit up.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And a lot of people serving jury duty don't understand their power as jurors to absolve people of victimless
I would say
crimes.
damn near all.
I know.
I would
We
say
go out
damn
and do
near
jury
all.
out. We go out and do jury outreach to spread the word of jury nullification.
And the thing is, I've been desperately wanting jury duty for the past couple of years.
You and me both.
Because here's the thing, a lot of it's kind of nonsense to me, because a lot of people look at jury duty as a negative, like, shit, I got it called into jury duty. This is just going to waste my entire afternoon.
Well, I've got to get up at a different time than I'm used to.
So a lot of the time, they'll just go with whatever is going to make the case end as fast as possible, or whatever is going to get them out of it as fast as possible.
And that's what happens when the government takes it over. I mean, they make it as inconvenient as it could possibly be, so that we get the least justice possible.
And I had known about this. I wasn't too interested in the court system until a couple years ago. I saw this play at a university called Voir Dire, and the whole thing basically focused around, a city official gets caught up in a drug deal, whatnot, but the jury is just so completely irresponsible the whole time, and they're trying to rush through it, and it ends up completely ruining this individual's lives. But I do think that
isn't that French for jury tampering?
That's jury selection.
Jury selection, yeah. Well, yeah, but what I was going to say, though, is I greatly appreciate the fact that you're trying to spread the word on the power we have with jury nullification, because I don't understand why this isn't being pushed. But then again, a part of me can't help but think it's, they're attempting to suppress it simply because they don't want these people walking free.
The government runs the schools, and the government wants slaves. Once they get you in prison, you get to be a slave. You get to work for 50 cents an hour, and they are personally making bank about that, because all those fucking politician pieces of shit are heavily invested in the prison system.
Yeah, I know why it's not being pushed by the government. I don't know why it's so rarely pushed by people who actually care about, human thriving and liberty.
It angers me, particularly in my area, because I'm just going to be honest, I live in an area of the country that's just nothing but pure inbred hicks. And a lot of them have this idea of, if you do anything wrong, you should go straight to jail, do not pass go. We have to make an example of these people, kill all the murderers, kill all the child molesters, etc. Right?
If they didn't do it, they wouldn't be on trial.
And so one of the things I like to throw out there, though, when I encounter somebody like this, that's just like, I'll throw the book at him, is
I like to throw a Claymore mine out there.
What I like to throw is, okay, so why don't we make the punishment for every single crime death? Because then surely nobody is going to commit any crimes. But then the response is, well, certain crimes, they dictate different punishments. Yeah, no shit, right? But, I come from just this area where everybody thinks you have to be a hard ass. The prison system shouldn't be rehabilitative. It should be purely punishment. It should be purely punitive.
Well, that is incredibly stupid. And they're really not looking at the outcome of what they're asking for.
And I don't understand this idea, that idea, though, because it's like, if somebody does something wrong, would you prefer to, and assuming the crime has a victim, of course.
Well, it's the difference between vengeance and justice.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, would you rather take so domestic violence, like if somebody beats their wife, or, wife beats husband, vice versa, it doesn't matter, right? But in that case, like domestic violence, battery, things like that, wouldn't you rather take this violent individual and reform them into somebody that can be valuable to society, valuable to the collective, instead of, sending them to jail and making it so when they get out of jail, their only option, because all of their employment avenues have been totally fucked to shit, they have to continue resorting to a life of crime?
I definitely would.
Yeah, I mean, as a felon, it is a bitch to make a living. I will tell you that. And I'm not a felon because I harmed anybody. I'm just a felon for selling weed and 2 hits of LSD.
And that's what pisses me off the most, though, is the concept that we have a penal system where if you're a felon, you basically can't do anything, right?
Mhm.
Like you can't own a firearm, and a lot of places you can't vote. And quite honestly,
that's two different ways of looking at the situation. So one way of looking at the situation is you broke the rules. I'm not allowed to break the rules. I hope you get the worst possible thing we can imagine. Let's like stab you in the genitals and pour salt in the wound. Yeah. And the other way of looking at it is I would like a functional society.
And
this
the amazing...
is someone who harmed someone. How do we bring them from being someone who harms someone to being someone who doesn't harm someone?
And the amazing thing is the government never follows the rules. The Second Amendment doesn't say a word about people not being able to keep and bear arms if they've committed a crime. It doesn't say a damn thing about it because every person has an inalienable right to self-defense.
And it also bothers me because these individuals were already in prison. They've served their time. They've, supposedly paid their debt to society. If they're in there for a violent crime or, maybe drug crimes or whatever, when they get out of prison, they're probably on people's shit list anyway. And depriving them of their right to protect themselves seems very it does not seem efficient at all. It just seems like a way to set them up to continue to go down a path of crime. And, in my state, and in my state, it's ridiculous because if you get out of prison and you're a felon, you can't even so much as own a freaking BB gun because of state statute. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
The thing about governments is they're not looking to solve problems because problems are their lifeblood. The poorer people are, the more crime there is, the more miserable the people are, the more pandemics there are going around, the more power they get and the better they like it.
Does it frustrate you knowing that, like right now in particular with the Black Lives Matter protesters, does it frustrate you the way it frustrates me that people are calling for the state, which caused the problem in the first place, to be the solution?
Yes.
Definitely. And
like,
I don't agree with everything that the protesters have done, but I certainly understand them being fucking pissed. Because I'm fucking pissed about police brutality. I'm fucking pissed about Duncan Lemp.
Well, and it's weird too, because they're calling for the state to solve this at the same time that they're trying to get rid of police.
I don't mind the idea
to enforce the state's dictate.
Look, I don't mind the idea of getting rid of the police.
Me
but
neither.
I think a lot of people, when they're calling to get rid of the police, they're not so much wanting to get rid of the, enforcement branch, the state's branch to enforce their laws, but rather replace it with something that they think is going to be more efficient, because surely they are going to get it right this time. They didn't fuck it up so bad last time, right?
There was actually one group that did a pretty good job of protecting the black community when they were doing it, and that was the Black Panthers. They actually did a really good job out in California until their right to open carry their shotguns was taken away from them. And you know who signed that law?
Who?
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, that was in the late 1960s. I oftentimes forget that he had served as governor of California.
Yeah.
But I get frustrated, though. And
I take issue with your use of the term served, but go on.
I always find myself in a weird position.
Dude, I find it's the same thing when I'm like, we did this, we bombed this country. Fuck, I didn't do that.
I didn't do shit.
How drunk were we last night? Fuck, I remember going to the store.
I don't remember deciding to invade Iraq.
I thought I was looking for a hooker. Were there hookers in Iraq?
I find myself in a weird position as a self-proclaimed libertarian sometimes, though, because I understand that we're supposed to adhere to the non-aggression principle. At the same time, I'm one of the individuals that, even though I don't agree with the method they're using, I'm not going to fault anybody that is using violence at this moment in time to try to overthrow the state. Well, not so much overthrow the state, but overthrow parts of the state they don't like.
Using violence to overthrow the state is not aggression. That would be defensive force.
Right.
Yeah.
When they burn down the police station, that is not aggression. That is self-defense. When they burn down the Target, that's aggression.
That's problematic, but at the same time, it's more so an issue I run into with self-proclaimed patriots. You know, the MAGA right that screaming about, well, you shouldn't be destructive with property. Yeah. You absolutely should not do that. And then they forget about things like the Boston Tea Party, for example.
And the fact that they're always touting, well, the Second Amendment is there because we have a right to overthrow the government.
That's only for
Whenever
conservative
any
white
form
people,
of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it.
Yeah, you got to understand.
Right and obligation.
With conservative types, it seems to only the Second Amendment seems to only apply to white conservatives. I remember a couple years ago there was a standoff in Oregon, I believe. It was at a federal wildlife reserve building where
the Bundy Part 2,
the Bundy standoff, and all of the MAGA people, or who would become the MAGA people rather, were all touting how that was a great example of how the patriots were using their Second Amendment rights to save their country. There were live stream videos of people calling people over there. Come over here and fight for your country. We're ready to fight. We're not going to leave. We're going to start firing first. And I was in favor of that, mind you. I was completely in favor of the Bundy standoff. But now, 4 years later, seeing these same people freak out when protesters are torching police departments that have been brutally oppressing them for decades, to see the tone shift really speaks volumes to me as to how biased some people can, really be. And it's just this kind of paradigm we're in where it always seems to be left-right, and there's never any give.
And it's always about who, not what.
And it's just flippant contrarianism is what it is.
Yeah, and I'm definitely in kind of a self-imposed echo chamber on the subject, but no one that I'm talking to, and that's by choice, no one that I'm talking to has said anything against the fact that they torched a police department.
Yeah.
There are a lot of us talking about, like, hey, they're also torching independent businesses.
That's a problem.
That's a problem. Like, beating up shopkeepers. That's obviously a problem. Burning down the police station? No. Fuck you. That is defense. Like, they have been beating us and robbing us and kidnapping us and torturing us and murdering us for long enough that torching their police station is nice. It is a kind, gentle act at that point.
They even let the people leave first.
But the shopkeepers, they don't have that shit coming.
Yeah.
They haven't been beating and torturing and robbing and murdering you for your entire life. They didn't do any of that.
It's true, and at the same time, I have some understanding of it in that looking at it from their perspective, I can understand why they would hate the society that chooses rulers that murder them and doesn't give a fuck.
And the
when
best
they
way
get
to
murdered.
lash out at society is to beat up minimum wage workers at
I
a
did
convenience
not
store.
You know what?
say
This should
that,
be-
but I
I'm with you.
understand rage.
I'm with
and
you.
I understand that rage makes people make bad decisions.
I can not only sympathize but empathize with hating the society that keeps these tyrannical assholes in power. I cannot, however, say that it's okay to start beating them.
I never said it was okay. I said I understand. I understand how we got here.
This is going to be fun since I think I'm probably the only one here that's a more left-leaning libertarian. Suppose there was a business or a corporation that was guilty of harming people. Like, for example, I watched a documentary. It's quite old. Not sure, how up to date it is. It was called Walmart: The High Cost of Low Prices. I don't know if you've ever seen that documentary. It was pretty good. This Walmart store in Arkansas, I believe, had left pallets of fertilizer outside, and what had happened is the rain came through and it dragged this fertilizer down into the water supply of the townspeople. would a reaction such as destroying the store be reasonable if it came from a corporation just as much as it would be from the state?
Okay.
Well, if you
Yes,
want to
it's-
be reasonable, I would say that the first thing is if you're harmed by a big rich corporation by that, you're better off taking them to court for a tort or taking them to mediation for a tort, because that way, instead of just we lost and now you lose, you can actually be made
There's
whole
a whole
or be made
lot of
partially
assumptions in
whole.
that conclusion. So
Assuming it can be
assuming
done.
you can-
I
assuming
mean,
you
our
can
court
bring them to
system is a
court.
piece of shit. So
Assuming
and
you
assuming
can
that
bring
them
them to
having to
court.
pay that out is sufficiently is a sufficient deterrent to them to not do it in the future. Yeah, so there are corporations that are pretty much equally up for
As
grabs and up for whatever you want to do to them. My only caveat there is I still would be opposed to attacking like Walmart cashiers and things like that, because they aren't necessarily involved or even have any reason to question why it's going on. But yeah, if you want to burn down the closed down Walmart store who did that, I mean, okay, I don't have a problem with that.
But
there's
this is actually a good moment to point out that I also am not. I don't believe that the corporate form was ever a good idea. Basically, the corporate form is perfect for one thing, which is evading responsibility for your acts.
that was its explicit intention.
And so
and
I
that's
would
actually
like
the
to see
first problem
corporations gone,
Like,
and
that's-
they'll be gone as soon as the government is gone, because the government is the mother of all corporations.
I mean, I'm
I
not
disagree
sure.
with that.
I'm not sure if I have your quote here exact, but you're like, how would you feel about them torching the corporation? Well, I would love them to torch a corporation. I don't think it's physically possible. If you show me a corporation, I will punch it. Like, teach me how to kill corporations, because if I can find a way to kill corporations, I absolutely will kill every last one of those motherfuckers.
I would
disagree.
have
That
no
being
issue
said-
with a mom and pop shop. In most cases, it's even though they're organized under bad laws, they're
to
not
leave
doing
the
bad
shop
things.
standing. I want the stores to exist and the corporation to die.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what I want.
I disagree with this idea, though, that if the state went away, tomorrow corporations like Walmart would miraculously go
corporations
away.
are creatures of the state. A corporation is a legal liability protection and a legal diffusion of responsibility. That's what a corporation is.
So,
Well,
let us assume.
I think we're tripping up on language a bit here, and I think that I can add a single piece of vocabulary that will help clarify what we're talking about. So
Sure.
there's corporation, which is a legal definition under a government auspice, and there's a company, which a company is a group of people. So the corporation that a store is, I want to die. The company that a store is, well, that depends on what they're doing.
Well, I guess I would put it like this. All right. So let's assume tomorrow, we can only dream, right? Let's assume tomorrow, boom, every government in the world is gone. Just gone. They're gone forever. People
You
decide,
gave
all
me
right.
happy.
All of a
Yeah,
sudden,
same.
people have evolved beyond government. Awesome.
Yeah. And the shareholders of Walmart, for example, or Amazon, or whatever large entity you like or dislike, rather. Let's assume all these shareholders come together and say, you know what? We still have all of the resources we had before. We still have all of our money and whatnot. Let's go ahead and establish our own state, or let's continue to operate the same way we did before, and let's hire privatized armies to protect us. Would that be allowable or permissible in a libertarian society?
Well, I don't think it would be possible. And the reason is because Americans go through 12 years in government-run propaganda mills called the public schools. And one of the biggest things that they go out of their way to teach people is that it's heroic to give your life to the government. So our soldiers are making like $50,000, $70,000 a year. Now, if they become mercenaries, they're going to be making $250,000. they're going to be making they're going to be making more than that in some cases, because they don't have all those fairy tales to make them want to sell their lives cheap. And so they're going to make the motherfuckers they're working for pay for it. So I don't, the war on Iraq cost trillions of dollars. The entire profit of the United States oil industry is like $1.5 billion a year. They could never have paid for the Iraq war. The only reason we could have it is because they could force the taxpayers to pay for it at gunpoint, and then have cheap soldiers who are willing to die for next to nothing because they've been taught it's their patriotic duty.
So, like,
Sorry. Go ahead.
To address your specific question. So, you've got this particular Walmart, right? And it wants to be irresponsible and let this pollution go into a lake, right? And the question is, okay, well, let's say that they want to put together their own security force to continue to allow them to pollute this lake. It's possible, yeah. However, it's also possible that a bunch of people go, hey, we drink out of that. Let's also us get a security force to make sure that this lake doesn't become poison.
What you would lack in a libertarian society is any single organization that was answerable only to itself. Okay, there would not be this magic corporation where if the government decides to unjustly kill your son or your daughter because they've wrongly convicted them of murder, that you're expected to actually sit still for that. They only expect that when the fuck up is done by government.
Well, there are in a libertarian society, though, just to play devil's advocate here. In a libertarian society, if you had a group like, I hate to use this example, but like if Walmart did have a private army that decided that they were going to, come to your land and take it off of you with their mercenaries, what would you really be able to do about it?
Well, I would be able to gather up my friends and neighbors into a militia. I would be able to hire whatever help I needed, assuming that I was were productive. So that would be two things, and most importantly, they wouldn't be able to buy protection from an all-powerful organization that is literally willing to steal whatever they have to from you to make sure that their friends and cronies don't suffer for their own acts. These are the people who gave the banks $3 trillion because they lost their money.
They wouldn't be able to buy force at below cost, which is what they're able to do now. The hypothetical of if Walmart becomes a government, well, right now Walmart has access to the government. Like, how do you stop Walmart from becoming a military? Well, first thing you do, maybe don't give them the military for free, which is what they're kind of doing now.
Corporations like this, though,
it is possible that in a libertarian society, warlords would take over, but I'll tell you, that doesn't seem any good reason to stay in a society where warlords have already taken over.
Well, I'm not saying it's a good reason to stay. I'm just, kind of giving, again, our beautiful hypotheticals here. But here's the thing. With Walmart specifically and other large corporations, though, like I believe DPRK, North Korea, has one of the top 5 largest militaries in the world, right? And companies like Walmart and Amazon have far more capital on hand than this whole country does. So it would stand within reason that they would have the resources, if they wanted to, in the absence of a state, to establish their own.
So
here's the revenues may be higher than that of a nation, but their assets are almost certainly not.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, yes, it can be profitable to cut corners and pollute the environment. It can happen. Those are situations that occur. However, if you actually look at your situation, then you have to take account of, okay, how much is it going to cost me to hire the mercenaries to make sure that I can pollute this lake? And if the lake is important enough to a community, that community will have enough resources to make it too expensive. And they don't have to make it impossible for them to buy the army. They just have to make it not worth bothering.
Okay, well, throw this out here. Let's assume that this lake is the primary source of water for, let's say, 4 or 5 different communities, and it's the only source of water within a 50-mile radius.
Then
right?
4 or 5 communities have excellent incentive to defend it.
But wait. Okay, so let's assume that this company, obviously you establish that corporations can't exist in the absence of government. Let's assume that a business decides we own this lake and there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Okay, so all of your hypotheticals basically boil down to what if in the absence of the state there was a state?
No. What I'm saying is,
but they do.
No, but I'm saying in the absence of a state, what if corporations decide to effectively act as a state?
Yeah, so in
or
the
rather,
absence of the
then
state,
they are a state, and they need to be burned down just like the state was.
So in the absence of the state, what if there was a state? Well, then it's not the absence of a state.
Then we have to have another revolution.
But what if this company had declared ownership of the lake, like you would, you declared you own your house?
What
if they decide it's theirs?
Well, if in your specific hypothetical, we've got like 5 communities who this is their lifeblood, like they need this lake in order to survive. They are going to be able to get tremendous resources to wield against this company that wants to pollute it.
Sounds like a communist uprising.
I guarantee you this much: whatever that company is saving, because I mean that's what it comes down to, is a fucking balance sheet. Whatever this company is saving by not disposing of their noxious chemicals the right way is going to be less than what that 5 sets of communities can bring against them.
But if this company rightfully owns this lake, however, right? Would it be?
Well, thank you. You've been.
Would it be adequate in a libertarian society? Well, I don't know if I'm using the right word here, but would it be reasonable within a libertarian society for them to take what the company rightfully owns?
Well, I mean, does the company rightfully own it, or is this the water source these people have been using for hundreds of years?
Well, what if the company owns this water source?
Was the company the first settler in that area?
Well, let's assume this company has owned this water source and is simply it's out on contract to the various municipalities as a water source.
Oh, so the first settler thing that he brought up. So, libertarians really like avoiding conflict, and we have set up systems for avoiding conflict. And the most effective system for avoiding conflict is a system of property rights based on whoever gets there first. Partly because you can objectively prove that that person got to that resource first.
But there are limits to that. If you go by the definition of I follow John Locke.
Just one second. So in your scenario, those 5 communities, those 4 or 5 communities, got to that lake first.
I don't like the first come first serve model. Honestly,
it's not the best idea. It's just the best idea we have.
No, it's not.
So this is my
and this is actually this is what I was talking about. If you read the basis of Western property rights was John Locke and the second treatise on government. And if you read just the first part of chapter 5, I highly recommend it, because in it he talks about homesteading, and he says that the earth is, in a sense, the common property of all mankind. Okay, and it is insane, I think, to say you have a right to exist, but there's absolutely nowhere on Earth that you can go that you don't have to pay somebody not to kill you. That's not having a right to exist. So Locke talked about the right of claiming private property that was unimproved by what he called mixing your labor with the land. So he believed that you couldn't own just land, but you could own a farm. Because a farm was a product of labor.
So
when you mix your labor
real quick. So in your example, they have changed the lake by adding irrigation systems to it, by adding the system of bringing that water to their table so that they can drink it. They have changed the nature of the lake by adding their labor to it.
And the thing is, I can't imagine. I mean, how could a company rightfully acquire absolute rights to a lake? I mean, somebody must have owned them before, and it must have been the people living in that town. So have they sold their water rights to this company? And if so, why? Or was that done by a government and maybe it needs to be fucking undone? Because the government can't give things away. It doesn't have anything. All it has is an ability to steal.
I'd like to, and I'll probably end it off with this. I'd like to address the gentleman in middle chair. I'm sorry. What was your name?
Nobody.
No, not you.
Peakless Mountaineer.
All right, thank you. Sorry. I was good. You had brought up the first come first serve kind of model, and one of my favorite libertarian commentators nowadays, Vosh. He's a rising YouTuber. He's a left-wing libertarian.
He's a little hit or miss, but he's interesting to listen to a lot of the time.
I haven't heard him. I'll give him a listen. I'm kind of lefty libertarian.
He had a debate with Adam Kokesh a couple months ago, and he was getting into whether or not
it was great. A really interesting conversation.
What ended up happening, though, is they got into the idea of whether or not capitalism or in of itself was voluntary, or whether or not because an exchange was voluntary made it moral. And this was the example that Vosh gave, right? It kind of got into the kind of first come, first serve model. And nobody ever gives a direct answer on it, but I'm just going to ask it anyway.
I always give a direct answer.
All right. So let's assume you're on a plane with another individual and it crash lands on an island. There's no wildlife in the water. However, the island is rich in coconuts, and it's your only food source to survive. But the other individual wakes up before you do, right? And he rounds up the coconuts. And it's a ridiculous example. It's kind of humorous, but he rounds them up. And he says he's more than willing to share if you throw his dick. Is that a voluntary exchange?
Well, you have your options. You can either agree to his terms, or you can attempt to do something else.
You also have to ask yourself if you're in a state of nature. Because if you're in a state of nature, that's different than being in a society. Because a society is something that people have to agree to in order for it to be meaningful. But these people didn't agree to be on the same island together, and maybe they're going to have to fight. Sometimes people do.
Now, I would say that given what he said about the situation, it sounds like the other guy is abiding by the non-aggression principle. And off the bat, so long as you're abiding by the non-aggression principle, I'm going to treat you the same way. Now, that's a personal choice. I'm going to assume that we are being social.
The question is the exchange voluntary?
What exchange?
Okay, so if I opt to throat him for his coconuts, yes, that's voluntary.
But however, if that's the only food on the island,
well, you don't know that shit for sure.
Well, that's why it's hypothetical. I know.
How can there be an island with only one food source? No living thing can live in the absence of other living things, and all living things are food sources.
This is what I meant by nobody ever gives a direct answer.
All there can be is that the only known food source is those coconuts. I'm sorry, but that's the nature of reality. The nature of reality
This
is that there
example
are
doesn't exist in
unknown
reality.
unknowns.
It doesn't exist in reality. It's a ridiculous scenario.
This is
And
what
you're
I
going
say
to
to
burn-
all life.
But hold on. You're going to burn valuable calories searching for other food sources on this island
It's an
versus
option.
versus what is immediately presented
How
before
much do you value your throat?
Maybe
If
I'm gonna
you
trade
are
him something
starving,
else.
but if you are starving, you are clearly going to choose the option of getting a food source immediately, no matter
Dude, if you're
what the
starving, you
cost
might
of it
appreciate
is.
the semen for its sheer caloric content.
No, but I'm saying it is your only
Since
option
we're
at
going
that
in
point.
the weird direction.
This seems like a
Okay,
good time to go
if-
back to Age of Consent. I actually had a question about
if your
that.
point here is he has no other choice, then I would say I don't have an obligation to provide you with choices. But the good news is I'm never in lifeboats and I'm never stranded on desert islands. So what
That
I'm going
wasn't
to
about
say
you.
is that if I find myself in a lifeboat or on a desert island or driving a trolley, I might be a little wonky, but I'm really reliable most of the time in my pursuit of the nap.
What if we had a trolley on a desert
let's,
island?
Let's assume that we have perfect knowledge of all of existence. And in our perfect knowledge of all of existence, we know for a fact that these coconuts are the only source of nutrients that we have. Okay, what I might do is say, look, I don't want to do this, but you are either going to make me a different deal or civilization is going to break down. Right now,
That's
we
what I
have
meant
state
by
of
the
nature.
state
Right
of
now,
nature.
we have a
In
state
the
of
state
civilization.
Of nature, I can fuck you up. I'm
And
not
that's
bound by the
that's your final ace in the hole is this. You have the power by your will to say, here's where we break down the state of nature. Right now we're in a state of civilization. Like right now, we're not aggressing against each other. But you have asked me what I am not willing to do for the only possible food source, which is completely unreasonable, but that's the hypothetical. What you always have in your pocket is to be like, look, do you want civilization to continue? Because if you want civilization to continue, give me a different deal for those coconuts.
And that actually brings me back to the Lockean proviso, and I'm going to finish this shit before we move on. The Lockean proviso, I think, is very important. Locke puts a caveat on the right to homestead, okay? Because it's hard to specify how much you can homestead. But this is what John Locke said. He said that you have a right to homestead so long as much and as good remains available for others to homestead. So basically, a society in his belief has a requirement that it says there may be a moral requirement to put positive effort into making that happen. And I think that that's something I would be willing to put positive effort into, because you don't really have a right to exist if you don't have a right to exist on Earth, because you can't exist anywhere else. So if basically in order to have a place to exist on Earth, if I can't find a place to exist, will I whack somebody eventually if I have to? Well, I wouldn't put it past me, but
Civilization is a
the
preference,
thing is,
not an absolute.
you can practice a philosophy that only breaks down in lifeboat and desert island situations, just so long as you can stay off lifeboats and or stay out of lifeboats and off desert islands, which is my preference. And I don't fly because fuck the TSA.
I agree. What did Ian have to say about the Age of Consent? He said he had a
Yeah,
question
you had
about
a bunch of questions earlier, and I wish Melanie were still here because I was really curious to hear what she had to say about this. It actually prompted me to go and look up the guy that I fooled around with when I was young, because I couldn't really remember for sure. Like, I'd always said I was like 10 or 11, but it looks like it might have been more like 12. He was only 3 or 4 years older than me, and I think he was like 16 15 at the time. So I wasn't quite as young as I thought I was, but still 12 is pretty young. So my question was going to be, since Melanie thought, and I don't know if you shared the same beliefs, Mountaineer, but Melanie seemed to say that she thought I was molested or that there was somebody who sexually assaulted me. And I never have believed that to be the case.
I think really what she was saying with that was more because somebody hit on the tired old shit they're always talking about. So basically what she about your experience and that you don't think it was that it was a bad thing, and basically what she said is, well, so you're basically attacking somebody who, according to your philosophy, is a rape victim for not feeling about his experience the way you think he should. Because that's what the criticism comes down to. People think that Ian should think it was a bad thing that this happened to. I don't know. I've been sexually assaulted, and I also had sex very young. But it wasn't at the same time. The first woman I have sex with did not sexually assault me.
Well, and one thing that I've been very clear about is I don't think that you were unwilling. Like that is very specifically clear. But the question is like, a kid is willing to eat so many sugary treats that they cause themselves a problem. Mm-hmm. They're willing. They're absolutely willing, but they don't have the mental machinery to make an informed decision.
Okay, so should the guy that I fooled around with go to prison? Should there be some sort of punishment for him? If I wasn't informed enough, then that would suggest I was taken advantage of.
Well, and see, I can't get behind that because of Denise, who was my first girlfriend, who I still remember fondly. Yeah. She made me very happy, and she did something for me that I had been desperately searching for somebody my own age who was willing to do that, and I couldn't find anybody. Because when I talked to a girl to a girl my own age, they didn't know what the fuck I was talking about because I've got an IQ of 146, and that put me in a place where I was smart enough to stand out and not smart enough not to.
Yeah, I think to come back to something that you said.
So obviously, you wouldn't press charges, so to speak.
No, certainly not.
But okay, so
he was my friend,
right? So let's assume hypothetically that this was someone in our community that I knew, and I was concerned that this was a predator. Mm-hmm. That I am concerned that, okay, I think you did wrong to my friend. I think you really fucked up my friend, and I'm worried you're going to do it again, and I think that you might be a really negative influence on my entire community.
All of this.
So what that would mean, if I was sincere enough about it to do so, is I'm like, okay, I charge you with this. Mm-hmm. And by charging you with this, I'm like, no, I am sufficiently certain of this that I'm willing to face some backlash if I'm wrong.
Would you have to be certain of anything that is not the case in Ian's case? Because that's what we're talking about. So is there information that you don't have about Ian's case that would allow you to make a hypothetical judgment?
Well, if
I'll give my judgment as well of Ian's case.
If I could find out more information about what Ian was capable of in terms of decision making at the time,
how would you do that?
That would be very important information. But,
I mean, you'd only have to know me at the time to be able to do that. You can't reach back into the past.
Let's say though that let's pretend that
and at that time it was a secret.
If I talked to some other people that knew you at that age and was able to gather information,
but they
about
wouldn't
your
have known.
Decision-making
sure, but
no, not about that. Not about that. But about your decision-making ability at the time. Mm-hmm. Like if I was able to talk to your friends and they're like, "No, dude, he was ludicrously, like, superhumanly capable of bringing in more information than you can imagine to make his decisions. Like, he was fully mature in his decision making at the time. That would be some pertinent information, and that would make me think twice about accusing this person of being a predator.
Well, here's what I'd like to bring into this. Because
in any event, and I really just do need to put this out, in any event, if I thought this was a threat to my community, what we would need to do is have a trial. If I thought this was something,
but no one would want to
do.
participate. I mean, the alleged victim and the alleged perpetrator would not want to participate in your trial because they did not feel as though they were either of those things. So here's what I wanted to say, though, regarding one of the things you did say, Mountaineer, was that you thought that there might have been some damage done because of this episode. And certainly I know that that's a common belief, and I understand why somebody would think that. But it's, in my opinion, what I got out of it was, if you want to look at it as damage, I don't see it this way, but the idea that sex isn't a bad thing, that's kind of what came out of that for me, was like, oh, this is fun. This is not something to be ashamed of. And, of course, in our society, there's all this baggage around sex. It's like, oh, my God, it's so bad.
Well, okay.
You shouldn't be having
that's
it.
what people freak out about.
That's right.
Let's
freak out.
Let's pause right there for just a second.
But because society...
Hey, hang on for just a second. I mean, that's a really important
that they
point.
can't have sex and be all right with it without being a horrible person.
That's what it's all about.
What people freak out.
It sounds to me like someone gave you the impression that sex was not okay.
I was raised not in the...
He was raised in America.
Yeah.
That was settled by Puritans.
That's where all this comes from.
If I could determine who gave you the notion that sex was not okay, they are definitely higher on... I mean... Granted, this is kind of a hypothetical situation, but on my personal list,
really hypothetical.
On my personal list, the person who gave you the impression that sex is not okay is a virulent threat to my community.
Well, look around you, because they're everywhere.
I was raised by fucking Methodists, and I wasn't even told that.
Well, it wasn't even my parents, I don't think.
They must have had a better method.
Yeah, it just, it was the
the comedy relief.
The church. It was society. I mean, it was just sort of all over the place, and it is all over the place, and that's where a lot of this comes from. The idea that, oh, well, you were taken advantage of. Oh, you were a victim, and it's like, no, I wasn't. And why could anybody else say what I was and what I wasn't at that time?
Well, I guess what nobody has really hit on, although I thought it was going in this direction, is what if the society around you had known about this and decided, well, you're not old enough to make this decision. This 16-year-old was clearly preying upon you. Since you're not mentally adequate due to your age to make a decision on this, we're going to take him to trial whether you like it or not, because we're going to protect the rest of our children in this community from being molested by this, child rapist.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The bottom line is I can't look at what happened to it. I guess I'm going to give my judgment of the case now.
It didn't happen to me.
I can't look at...
I was part of it.
I can't look at your experience and say that was rape.
What happened with...
Say that again. Nobody...
I cannot look at what you experienced and say that was rape, because it sounds...
it wasn't.
It sounds like... it sounds like a couple of kids experimenting with sex.
Well,
and
there's no doubt that
that's the thing. Is
at
some point, kids are going to experiment with sex, and it's probably not going to be when their fathers think they should, which is going to be sometime after 40
or strangers.
So my reaction is what traumatized me was when my parents tried to prosecute Denise.
That's traumatic. Oh my God!
And luckily, that 146 IQ came in, because I knew a little bit about the law. I knew what subornation of perjury was. And I said, if you call me to testify, I will answer every question you ask me with lies. I will lie and lie and lie.
Well,
it's
we have to-
actually a criminal offense for a lawyer to call somebody to the stand knowing that they will perjure themselves. And that's what Bill Clinton was accused of, subornation of perjury. So I knew how to get her out of that. But if they had hurt
and I consider
her
your parents a
because of
virulent,
me,
ongoing threat to
I
my
would
community.
have been inconsolable. I
Well,
would have
let's-
been horrified. I loved this girl.
Let's pre-establish something, Ian. It's to my understanding you had said this in the past though. Like, wasn't this like some sort of a deal for like a video game or something? Like, if you
No.
do these things to me, I'll get a video game.
That was the version
Are you
of the
a
story
hoe?
that I had heard.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to give me some video games, but it wasn't straight up like that.
Okay, so you, nobody here brought up the question of like, well, not as a question, brought up the statement of that is not rape. Okay, so
I don't believe it was rape.
Objectively stepping back from this
It
situation
may have
for
not
a
been
second,
virtuous, but
in
it
order
wasn't
for
rape.
it to be possible, for it to be categorically possible for this to be a rape, we would have to determine A, that the person you were dealing with was capable of rape, was a moral agent, was sufficiently mature to make adult decisions, and B, that you were not.
See,
if we determine
everything-
both of these at the same time, then it is possible. Now, honestly, it doesn't sound like he was a completely mature human being at 16.
Well, who was? But
Do you
no.
have to
Not
be
a lot.
completely
the other
mature to
thing
fool around?
that comes
To fool
into
around,
Ian's
no.
case
To rape, yes.
is Ian is off every fucking bell curve in the world. He's fucking bizarre. He's he's
Right,
one of
which
the
is
most
part of why we have to
self-reliant
prove
people
both of these.
I have ever known. And he is incredibly dispassionate. And because I know him to be an outlier in a number of different ways, my reaction with Ian is that Ian matured uncannily early, and he was doing exactly what the fuck he wanted to do, because that's all Ian ever does.
That's true.
And that's actually part of my point. Like, if we were talking about Ian at 16, I'd be like, yeah, he was probably mature enough to make an adult decision.
And that's what makes
But
it
if we're talking
difficult
about
to
the
just
average
pick a
person at
number,
16,
You guys got to stop
especially-
talking at the same time. I'm sorry.
That's
I
true.
cannot understand what's happening.
That's true. We just both get very passionate.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about you at 16, I'd be like, yeah, I'm willing to believe until I have evidence against it that it's a mature adult capable of human decisions as a moral agent in the philosophical sense, because you're weird like that. You're an advanced individual. Now, an average person in our culture, I would not be willing to make that same leap at 16. I'm going to assume that them at 16 were fooling around and not fully cognizant of their decisions and the effects of.
I'm just coming to this realization that I misunderstood the story, because from what I had heard before, it was, hey, if you do this, I'm going to give you video games.
No, that's the joke. That's kind of a joke.
Well, that's not
okay.
funny, man.
See, I actually
And that was
did,
the version of the story I heard.
You know, I engaged in prostitution when I was a teenager on both sides of the transaction at different times. You can do that when you're young.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't something like that was
Yeah.
going on, but it wasn't like do this or do this for video games or whatever. No, we were fooling around and we had a good time, and he was going to get me some video games at some point, or whatever.
That sounds like a win-win.
It was fine.
And that's the thing. What
This wasn't a one night thing, by the way. This
You know-
was on multiple occasions.
Oh, okay. That was then. Okay, so what I had heard before, I had only known about it because of a YouTube video that had some.
Gee,
stupid
maybe you
title.
should stop believing YouTube videos.
Well, no, it wasn't. The YouTube video didn't make the claim. I guess it played an incomplete clip where you had discussed it. Some caller called in and tried to accuse you of not knowing what you were doing.
If you want me to whack your rapist, all you got to do is come to me and cry. Come to me and cry about it. I'll go whack the motherfucker. But if you can't work up any tears, I can't work up any bullets.
Not going to
with a gardening tool, of course.
I might feel differently about my daughter. Somebody laid their hands on my daughter and I thought it was too young. I don't care about some magic age. I care about if I think he hurt her, I will fucking kill him. But if she's playing doctor at 5 years old with a neighborhood boy, I'm not going to freak out about that because I played doctor and everybody played doctor. Way back ever since people were fool enough to put clothes on in the first place and get all embarrassed about everything. People would just walk the fuck around naked once in a while.
Well, again, it's that embarrassment is where this comes from. The whole to come right back around to what you guys were talking about earlier with Adam and Eve and the whole naked embarrassment thing. It's like the idea that nudity should be embarrassing, the idea that sex is bad. These are ideas that are prolific throughout American society, and they're backwards.
And nudity the idea that humanity is
because
bad.
It's vulnerability. Like
I
actually wanted to run this.
I mean, there's Epsteins in the world to worry about. I don't need to worry about this guy because I know if Ian can take care of himself just fine.
Well, the thing is, it's like things like nudity being frowned upon. That's going to be something that is going to take a ton. You can't just decondition that out of somebody.
Well,
you know what I mean?
The thing is, you don't have to decondition it out of everybody. The thing to do is have some places where that's considered socially acceptable, and some places where it's not considered socially acceptable.
Isn't it
and
true?
The people who want to live
that
way should be able to gather together and live that way.
Isn't it true in Vermont though? There are no statutes or any sort of ordinances that say you can't be naked.
There is a statute. You can be naked, but you can't take your clothes off. If anybody sees you taking your clothes off, then they can arrest you. I don't know if it's a stripping statute or if they just wrote the law that said you can't take your clothes off outside, and some clever fucker said, well, I was inside when I took my clothes off.
I was about to say, like, you can walk outside so long as you start naked, it's okay?
Yeah, there are. I believe there's still some towns or cities where it is prohibited to be naked. In Brattleboro, they did prohibit it for some amount of time, and then they took it off the books. So I can't speak for the whole state of Vermont.
Well, the other
somebody
thing is
had to have taken advantage of that.
Nobody, could I speak for just a second?
Absolutely.
Just as a person who's gone from state to state, what I have usually noticed as the pattern, what is usually the pattern about public nudity is that it's not a problem until it's a problem. So once someone complains about nudity is when it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
And usually until then it's... And part of that is simply that we don't know how to deal with nudity. And getting back to the original story, the important part of that is, let me rephrase the verse for just a second to see if it makes more sense this way. And their eyes were opened and they saw that they were vulnerable. Yeah. Like, does that make more sense?
Well,
because,
yeah, I just don't see how it's a bad thing, because you're born onto this earth with no teeth, no claws, no fur, no thick-ass hide, no 800-pound body. You better get to know you're vulnerable real quick, or you won't be around to know it for long.
Yep.
So human beings, and that's the thing. We should not be condemning intelligence. Mankind should know the difference between right and wrong. And that's where I differ with Christianity most fundamentally, is I believe that man should know right from wrong, because if there is a God, I have received no consistent messages that I feel are reliable from him. So I'm on my own figuring out from nature what's right and what's wrong.
Well, Mountaineer brought up the idea of it's not a problem until it's a problem, but you got to kind of look at why somebody might be concerned at an individual being nude in their city. You know, it's not every day.
I don't have to care why they might be.
I know, but at the same time, you know, it's not normal to see somebody naked.
It is for people in places where nudity is customary. What do you know?
And that might be
One
a
of my
detrimental part of our culture, that it is not normal to see someone naked.
One of my favorite lines from Robert A. Heinlein was, "Forgive them, for they are young, and they believe that the customs of their tribe are laws of nature."
Well, you gotta think about it, right? Like, I was gonna ask about this.
I think about
like, 'cause
nudity all the time.
you guys live closer to Vermont than me, so you might have a better understanding of this. There had to have been like some asshole out there that decided it would be a good idea just because they could to go outside and be naked.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was some teenagers did it in Brattleboro was what made them outlaw it.
Yeah.
And this was probably like more than a decade ago.
Which would it be better for those teenagers to have gone to jail for, going out and streaking or whatever the fuck they did?
So
Kids
I think.
do
Oh,
weird
but see, they
shit.
can't
You go
make
crazy
decisions.
at, like, 13.
They can't make decisions for themselves.
Well, I think the laws against nudity are based on the fact that you make them self-conscious of their self-consciousness.
I think it's small dicks.
Like,
I think they've got small dicks. They don't want anybody
they
to
are
know
not capable
So they're
of
gonna hide
bearing
that
their vulnerability, because that's what it is.
and they're
It's
going to try and
vulnerability.
and they're going to try and find a wife who's a virgin, so she doesn't know he's got a small dick either.
And the fact that they're not able to bear their vulnerability makes them feel extremely self-conscious when you're able to do that.
Well, that's why you have to overcome that by learning to bear your vulnerability, because you ain't going to see nothing else in this world.
True. That's
Get
absolutely
used
the
to it.
fact.
Get used to it. I welcome that. I welcome the knowledge of good and evil and the ability to debate which
There are
is
no
which.
safe spaces.
Fuck safe spaces. No space can be safe because no two people agree on what safe means. So no place can ever be safe for everybody.
Are you? I'm just making sure I don't misunderstand.
I mean,
here.
a padded room could be pretty safe.
Because
how long do you think I'd last in one? I'm batshit crazy as it is.
Hang on, I wanted to hear what the caller wanted to clarify. I'm
I'll
sorry,
ask
I don't
one
want to
more
call
question.
you caller. What's your name again?
It's Stefan.
Stefan, thank you.
Former
Stefan,
chronic FTL caller.
Nice.
Creator of the Discord.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You mean the Discord around the show or the Discord server?
The show
Oh,
Discord.
okay. I was going to say one person
Thank you
caused
for
all
your
this.
service, Stefan. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
It became the largest libertarian Discord on the entire service, like in a day. It was great. But what I was going to ask of nobody, because his IQ is 25 higher than mine, and he's all knowing. No, seriously, you're a pretty solid dude. What I was going to ask is,
let me tell you, once those things start being very good at specialized things, they stop firing it all on all cylinders. So the sad thing about being smart in an insane society is you have to go as crazy as they are, but in the other direction.
I was making sure I didn't misunderstand. Did you suggest the idea that the reason people seek wives that are virgins is because they're insecure about their dick size?
Yes. And the reason for the
because
nudity
for me, it
campaign.
was actually my
I
religion.
think it was one king way back in history, the mitochondrial pearl snatcher, or pearl clutcher. You know, the one person who said, "Oh my God, I can't." We've always been comfortable with nudity up till now. But from now on, whenever we see naked people, we all have to freak out. That guy had to have a small dick, or something was wrong with him.
I see.
Because they were chill, and then somebody made the decision not to be. Somebody made the decision that a few hundred years out after being an ape, nobody can see your Johnson or you lose the game.
Well, I kind of.
Well, it's neurotic self-consciousness. Is my this too big? Is my that too small? Is my this too curvy? Is my this too flat?
It is about having grown up in a puritanical fucking society.
Oh God, is my body weird?
Batshit crazy.
Hey man, like I'll tell you what.
Nobody should be ashamed of their body. We all got one.
Yeah.
And guess what? No matter how good yours is now, it's going to be a fucking wreck by the time you're my age, baby. So get used to it.
Well, it's weird. It's weird because I agree with you some and disagree with you others on here. I mean, I'm not conscious
I
about
don't
my
agree
body
with
at all.
anybody on everything. If I did, I would find some inconsequential opinion and change it.
Well, here's I like that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I'm not conscious about my
One
body.
of
I mean,
me
I'm
is arguably one too many.
I mean, I'm not self-conscious about my body. I'm the guy that sent a picture of my dick to a condom company with the hashtag shit don't fit on it. But I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a great idea. I was complaining about their terrible products, but however, my
How
wife.
old were you?
Did they take that seriously?
Did you try ordinary means of expressing yourself first and it didn't work?
I was
if it's a condom company, I think it's okay.
With a lack of response.
I was 18. No, I
Normally-
actually got a response.
Normally,
Did you get a boilerplate letter where we appreciate your concern?
No. The company Dupex actually sent me a whole carton that they said they thought would work better.
wow.
Okay, customer service.
But what I was gonna say
You know,
is,
if I send a picture of my rims to the guys that I want a tire from, that's fairly
Okay,
reasonable.
is this sexual innuendo, or are you talking literally here? Because we've got rims, it's hard to tell what's going on here.
You know, if you want to avoid unsolicited dick pics, stay out of the condom business. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're in a job that requires you to examine penises, one more ain't gonna hurt.
Mm-hmm.
well, what it is though is like the one thing I'll disagree with you on
Black
is
chicks
the
cannot
idea
hold they smoke. That's what it is.
is the idea that people seek wives or husbands that are virgins specifically because they're insecure about their body. For me,
okay, not all of them. Definitely
Yeah.
not all of it.
For me, it was just
Stefan, to be fair, some. There are definitely some men who are insecure about their penis by size or shape or color or whatever.
Yeah.
They're insecure about their penis, and honestly, by extension, they're insecure about their abilities as a lover.
you know
And
I,
as a
and I
fact
think
of
that's
them
the-
being
yeah.
insecure of their abilities as a lover, that is why some men seek virgins.
Because I'll tell you
Good
what,
theory.
I had pretty good skills, and I didn't want to be breaking in no rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I wanted to be with a girl who had been around a little bit, knew what the fuck she wanted, was not afraid to fucking tell me, and was not going to do something stupid like get knocked up. Because I mean, men should take care of birth control in theory, but the fact is that a lot of men are fucking irresponsible. So if you're fucking irresponsible, dude,
Well, to be fair,
you
we don't
gotta
actually
step
have
in.
birth control yet. Like, it exists. We're not allowed to have it yet.
We don't have birth control.
Males.
I have
males
birth
in
control.
I have
America.
birth control.
Males in America do not have access to
Vasectomy.
simple,
I have a
vasectomy.
vasectomy.
reliable,
Simple, reliable.
non-permanent
Well, okay.
birth control.
The thing
I thought a
is,
vasectomy could be reversed.
Like,
Yeah, not really. After so many years.
there's no male birth control pill, is what I'm saying. Like the
yeah,
the
not
pill
yet.
I thought they were
exists.
working on that.
No, it exists. It exists. It's already been tested.
And
It's
not
perfectly
being
we'll
safe.
approved.
find out
I'll
what it
give you
is.
3
We'll find
guesses
the
what
chemist.
happened.
Politics.
No, the monopoly on violence is keeping us from being awesome. Get out of town.
Well,
See,
I
that would be
believe-
great civil disobedience, though, to produce
No
a
kidding.
legal drug cheaply that
I am
people can't
disappointed
afford
in my black
because of
/ gray
patents.
market for not being able to deliver to me male birth control pills.
I had heard from some
because they
feminist
exist.
groups.
They've been tested, but man, that FDA is a motherfucker.
Man, this was hilarious. I had heard from some feminist groups a couple years ago when I had first heard about the idea of a birth control solution for males, like an oral contraceptive. And a lot of them were saying things along the lines of, well, this is just a way for men to get, to avoid paying for a woman's birth control, or they don't deserve the breaks that we have.
Wow.
Okay.
That seems
Hold on.
unreasonable.
So
to me.
I
Before
might be just
anybody
about
gets
to
their
make the most
panties in a
offensive
wad.
thing I've ever said. They don't deserve the breaks that we have. Suffrage.
I can't think of a single reason why anybody would say that.
The fact that,
I mean,
basically women came into the workforce and forced everybody who worked at any business to be in a situation where they couldn't say what they wanted to say, they couldn't tell the joke they wanted to tell. The thing is, you have a right to have an all-male or all-female workforce if that's what you want. You have a right, and I'll tell you what, you'd probably have a lot fewer less time lost to workplace romances.
Well, so
because only 10% are gay. Okay, so you're going to have less workplace romance. You're going to have, and I'm not saying every place should be that way. I'm saying that should be on the menu.
So
and all female workspaces should be available so that those who have delicate sensibilities can go where those sensibilities will be respected.
Okay, so men do not want to run women out of the workplace.
Absolutely not. I would never work in an all-male.
Women do not want to fuck the men up at doing the jobs that they're entering the workplace of.
But they do want companies forced at gunpoint. I'm not saying women, I'm saying feminists, which quite often they seem to be distinct groups.
Here's the thing. Out of the thousands of years that we've been doing jobs, we've been doing this for like 50. So men do not know exactly how to not run women out of the workplace. And women do not know exactly how to not fuck men up at doing their jobs.
See, I think workplaces should be like fucking bars.
Like,
there are bars where
how much
just
am I
a bunch
allowed
of
to
men.
get distracted by high heels and lipstick? We haven't negotiated that. We don't know. Which jokes should we tell? And which jokes should we definitely tell because it's absurd for us not to tell them?
It's funny you brought up the idea of getting distracted because
we haven't negotiated any of this.
It's weird.
So new.
And now it's basically in that part, a lot of the political correctness is literally one gender wanting to force its aesthetic preferences on another gender at gunpoint. And when you start passing laws, people start dying. No matter how stupid the law was, no matter how petty it was, people die. And I used to consider myself a feminist.
And
when feminism was my name for equality.
Well, the right way of doing this is to negotiate it because none of us know yet. Like, none of us know yet.
It's not just it's not going to be a uniform solution.
How much can I afford being distracted? I don't know. I haven't dealt with that. Like, I am part of this lineage of working men, and none of us have had to figure out how distracted can I be and still get the job done. We haven't figured it out.
But the feminists don't want to negotiate. They have a set of preferences. And they want those preferences forced on every man and every woman.
Okay, remember how we were talking about broken words like capitalism and communism? I'm going to add feminism to the list. Because if you say to one person,
don't put it on a list of words I can't use or I'll use it all. Oh, God.
If you say to one person, what is feminism? They'll be like, oh, gender equality. And if you say to another person what is feminism, they will point to you what feminists have done with politics.
Well, it is not...
I'm not against Christianity. I am against Christianity with politics.
I mean...
Separation of church and state. Good. Okay, separation of gender negotiation and state. Also good.
Hey, thanks, by the way, for pointing out tonight the Bible talking about how everyone is God. I love those segments.
You're very welcome. It's an important
people
fact
don't know that stuff.
See, and
you will
I
never
wouldn't-
find a preacher talking about that. Why?
It goes against the triune God idea for them.
you know,
Fuck them.
They can't let go of that.
I hesitate to say it, but any minister or preacher who knows those verses and does not speak them to the congregation sins against the Holy Spirit. And for that, there is no forgiveness.
Well, are you sure you didn't confuse it with Heinlein? Because Heinlein's church in Stranger in a Strange Land, they greeted each other with "Thou art God."
Yes,
That's what namaste means. I bow to the God within you.
Yeah,
It's
divine
in
within
a
me
lot of religions.
recognizes the divine within you.
Yes, it's within a lot of religions. I mean, the same lessons are there, just in different words in some cases.
It is unimaginably important, and for Christianity to lose that is.
They've never had it in my lifetime.
I guess my difference with Christianity, to put it in a nutshell, is I don't look at us humans as fallen angels. I look at us as really fancy apes. Okay? And maybe you have lower expectations of fancy apes than you do of fallen angels, but, you know,
Well, if you want
I think humans are pretty fucking nifty,
Well-
and I think Christianity gives them short shrift.
I would like to give you two perspectives on the comparison of Homo sapiens and other apes.
Oh, let's not get into the whole gay
Just
thing.
two. Just two. Number one, they don't know what they're missing.
Who doesn't?
Apes.
Apes,
Apes.
don't they?
They don't.
Maybe they
How do you
tried
know?
it. Like
They-
50,000 years ago. Maybe the apes got together and built the fucking pyramids much earlier than we think. And maybe they did it and they got to the point of digital watches and were like, you know, we don't like the way this is going. Fuck this shit.
Okay.
I want to go climb a
Let
tree.
me give you a piece of evidence. Let me give you a piece of evidence in this.
That apes
Coco-
never did that?
Yes.
You're going to break my
Yes.
heart. That's like one of my favorite conspiracy theories.
It was us,
I
dude.
picked mine on-
It was always us.
I picked mine
the aliens,
partially on the,
the
issue
ancient
of humor.
civilizations, it was always us.
What was always us?
Us, all of it. The aliens, the ancient civilizations, it was always us.
How do you know we're even us?
Because we're the
Maybe
only
we're
ones
like-
we can hear.
Maybe-
Dude, we can't even talk to like
How
dolphins
do-
and fucking trees. We those things share our environment and we can't even talk to them. You want to think that we can like
Women?
make contact, right? Right? I mean, we can't even
No, I
cross
should do-
gender barriers effectively all the time with our communications, and that's almost a zero barrier. It's the least amount
I
of barrier
just
that
had a
we
stoner
have.
miss moment.
And you want to tell me that we can contact aliens? No. I'm sorry. No. We haven't even figured out how to talk to us yet.
Well, we're better at technology than we are at figuring out what the fuck to do. Technology is the easy part. Figuring out what the fuck to do is a hassle.
And that brings
Especially
me
if
to
we
my
all have
second
to agree
perspective.
on one thing.
I told you two perspectives. Number one, they don't know what they're missing. And number two,
I think they might. I think maybe.
let's put a pin in that and bring it to the.
I think maybe they built themselves some fucking cities and then they just got sick of it and said, fuck it, we're going back to the forest. Fuck these people, fuck these taxes. They probably taxed them. That's probably why they went back to the jungles.
where they wouldn't know what they're missing, even according to your
They're
model.
missing taxation.
Oh, well,
Nobody wants to get robbed.
can I please make my second
Yes.
point? They don't worry.
Okay.
We worry.
It's
How
not
do
worth
you know
doing.
they don't worry?
Well, how do I know
Worry
they
is
don't
not
worry?
worth the time. It's not worth the effort.
Well,
Doesn't help.
Well, so
Never
here's
will
the
make
thing.
a situation better.
How
Never.
hungry have you been in your
When
life?
I went to AA, they used to say, when you worry about a tree, it doesn't change the tree.
Yeah. You
Well,
can be hungry, and worrying isn't going
worry
to make the
is
food grow any
useful
faster.
for the exact reason that we can leave it. It's not that worrying is useful. No, worrying is fucking terrible. It takes years off your life. It's awful for your health and your sanity. But worrying isn't useful because we worry. It's because we leave worrying. We are able to exit the situation of worrying. And that's where it becomes useful, leaving the worry. So,
well, that's like saying hate is useful because you can leave hate.
No.
What's
no.
the difference?
Okay. So, ignorance is what lets you have the power to never worry. I mean, never worry. Not leave worry, but never enter worry. So, I mean, the eating of the fruit thing is very much like worrying. It really is. Like, so, okay. By the sweat of your brow you shall bear forth the labor of... Okay, that's not actually saying, here's your sentence. That's saying, hey, you figured out that winter's coming. You're going to be worried until you're not.
Does ball sweat pay out at a higher or lower rate
than brow sweat?
Yeah. They're always
I would say
they're always
that,
saying the sweat of your brow, but I don't know if that's a premium product or the...
I would say that I definitely have a 2-to-1 exchange rate.
2-to-1
in production. In production, not
you
sales.
produce more ball sweat or more
absolutely.
brow sweat?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that worry leads to inaction, and
that's anxiety. It's closely related. Fear is also a closely related.
Well, all of
concept.
these are part of fear.
The only thing that I can successfully
those are
worry
all
about.
definitely parts of fear. Anxiety and worry are absolutely fear related.
Okay, sure.
The
Absolutely.
only time that
they're not love related.
They are also distinct from fright, because fright is imminently useful.
Sure. That's a threat response.
Yeah.
The only
fright
time
gives you literal superpowers.
The only
time slows down. You breathe fast. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna keep
I'm
trying
doing it to you. I'm
because
sorry.
we're trying not to talk at the same time, which means you can't talk all the time, or I won't talk at all. We'll get it worked out. It's just gonna take us some time to get our rhythm down, bro.
Well, what were you gonna say? Nobody.
I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Weren't you trying to actually say something?
I don't know. I have no idea what I
was trying to fake that I was starting to talk so that I could actually hear what you were saying, because I am actually interested in what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying. I
Okay,
did,
so
nobody knows.
but I lost it. I don't even remember what we were talking about.
And worry and anxiety.
Yeah.
This stuff is good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fact
I may
that
have to bail out soon.
it's reclaim.
Okay, let me put it this way. I sometimes worry about breakfast.
Worry in what way? Do you think it's going to choke you to death?
What am I doing for breakfast?
Why does that worry you?
It's the emptiness that exists
not
in my
worry.
mental vision of the world. Is what is
asking
breakfast?
a question isn't the same thing as worry.
And then I go,
I mean,
I'm upset by my absence of knowledge of what I'm doing for breakfast.
Why don't
frustration,
you just make a
not the
snap
same as worry.
decision So it's
no.
solved.
Frustration is
like
when
I
can't figure it out.
Okay, upset, not the same as worry.
What am I going to do about breakfast?
Why would you be upset about that? You can go wherever the fuck you want to go when you get hungry. You don't
Worry
have to worry
would-
about this
worry
shit in
about
advance. You don't need reservations. You don't need to. You don't need to
Make it
make out
quick.
your will first. You don't have to. Go seek out pygmies in fucking Bolivia that know
Okay.
how to make the special food
Why
that
can I
keeps
do
you
this?
alive. All you got to do is walk
Why
down
am I
the street
able
and say,
to
"I'm
not
hungry,
worry
I'm
about
going to-"
that?
'Cause you can choose.
Lots of people worried about it.
Because you can choose to
Yes.
not worry about it.
Well, why do I have that choice? I didn't make that restaurant. I didn't make the culture that grew that restaurant in a spontaneous order.
If you're suggesting that you are less likely to worry because you're well fed or around a lot of food
I
sources,
definitely suggest that.
yeah, that seems to be what you're saying.
I'm also suggesting.
Well, I mean, people would worry
I'm
more
also
if they did.
suggesting that the worrying about how we're getting food is actually how we got so good at getting food.
Yeah, I guess as far as worry is concerned, when I think about breakfast and worry, if I'm going to combine those two things together, it would be, where's my next meal going to come from, or that would be
Sure,
worry.
yeah,
If you sit there and you think about it and it is a state of inaction, because a worrier is generally not doing something at the same time. In my experience with them,
worry is right on the edge of anxiety. Worry is right on the edge of anxiety and action.
Which one is closer to action in your mind?
Oh, anxiety is further from action.
Okay.
Anxiety is that part of fear that paralyzes you.
I see.
We were talking about this early in the conversation.
See, I never had this experience.
So being frightened, and fright is definitely the useful part of fear. Being frightened has 3 usual responses: run away, freeze, or punch it.
Right, you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah.
Right. So that freeze part of it, that's anxiety. Anxiety is when that frightening thing causes you this sort of feedback loop that keeps you entirely still. And almost none of the time is that ever useful.
And would you say the running away is the worrying part? What would you say that is?
Retreat. Terror.
The only time that worrying is useful, this is actually what I was trying to say earlier. The only time that worrying is useful is when you are faced with an intellectual problem for which you do not yet have the solution. As an engineer, I worry about problems in that I work them over in my mind. I look at them from every angle that I can, and I do it over and over, and I talk incessantly to anybody who will listen about it. And that's part of the engineering process for me. Although it was more ideal when I was working for a big corporation and I actually had a team to work with that wanted to talk to me about it. Because Ian doesn't want to hear about software designs at all. But he will.
Can I offer a visceral lexicon?
But when you know what the solution is, that's when worry becomes destructive.
Yes.
Because you know what the solution is. You need to stop worrying and fucking do it.
Yes. When you know what the solution is and don't act on it, that's how you fall into anxiety. Well, that's one of the ways of falling into anxiety.
And I have almost no experience with
usually makes me fall into
worrying.
With anxiety, I have no experience. It's something I don't understand why so many people are so anxious and such. We actually talked about it recently.
Hence outlier, as I was saying earlier. I can't make judgments about his state as a juror.
But some people said that it's because of the helicopter parents why so many young people are always anxious. But let's just for fun,
maybe
can we bring
up? The world's fucking insane. Maybe it's because they're being ruled by fucking lunatics, taught
including
by
their parents.
Communists of a fucking world of lies.
I don't know. I mean, if I were looking at, like, when you're saying you consider yourself worrying over a program and trying to figure out, whatever the solution is to this engineering problem, and that's certainly a way that people do use the term. But the number one definition is to torment oneself with or suffer from disturbing thoughts. And when I think of trying to analyze a problem and come up with a solution, I don't think I'm disturbed or tormented by it. I feel like I'm looking to solve this thing. This is a thing this is a challenge. It needs to be overcome. When you're climbing up a mountain, you don't worry about getting to the top. You just figure out how to get there.
You're going to die.
Yes. So,
okay, what's your solution?
Acceptance.
Yep, that'll do it.
Well,
I ain't scared of being dead. Communists scare me way more than death.
What's
death is just probably won't know
what's
it.
The action? Because acceptance is a state.
Well, that's all you have to do. I mean, if people worry about death, that's a thing that humans do.
That's,
I don't.
Well,
yeah.
Oh,
why bother?
That's a thing that humans do.
Why bother? Why bother?
Why bother worrying about death? Well,
if it comes, it comes.
Well, it's a good question because certainly there's a cost in worrying about it. A tremendous.
There's always
cost.
a cost to worry, like your time.
Tremendous cost. However,
your focus.
However, everything's a trade-off.
It is, yeah.
So it's a legitimate question, and I have an actual answer. What is the point in worrying about death? Well, actually, we developed this thing called alchemy. and we haven't gotten it right yet, but so far we've almost tripled lifespans.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when Ian
and
says
that is worth worrying the right amount about.
worry
Don't worry
as much as
yourself
you
to
like.
death, because if you worry yourself to death, then
Hey
that's
man,
the opposite
if
of what
you
you're
feel like
doing.
worry is productive, then worry as much as you feel
thing
productive
is-
with.
Bingo.
you guys aren't really arguing over whether worry is good or bad. You're arguing over more the definition of what worry is, because I mean, the source of the word worry, as I understand it, is these things that the Catholics used to have called rosaries, that they would work beads around it just randomly as a form of spiritual devotion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it was like, it was supposed
Like a
to
meditation
be,
kind of thing?
It was supposed to be a meditation.
Mm-hmm.
But they would worry with these beads, and that's where the word worry comes from. So when you
I say
worry,
again,
it means
can
you're
I offer
coming back
you
to
a
something again
visceral
and again in your
lexicon?
mind.
Can I
Yeah,
offer
and
you a
it
visceral
occupies
lexicon?
your mind in a negative fashion. You're coming
Yeah.
back again and again to this thing, and you're not doing anything about
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm most likely
You ever
to say
play with
I'm
a paper
worrying
clip
when I'm pacing
bring it
not
back
I
doing
can't
and
understand
forth?
you both at the same time.
All right.
So he was
You
definitely
are
talking.
accusing me
I
of
am?
having a superfluous argument with Ian because we can't define our term. I am offering a definition for a term.
What you got?
Okay. It's a visceral lexicon. You ever play with a paperclip? And you bend it back and you bend it forth, and you bend it back and you bend it forth. That's worrying. That's the physical action of worrying. Like, you can worry
Yeah, it sounds
a
really
fabric.
pointless.
You can worry, well, what happens when you do
Unless
that?
you're trying to break the
Well,
paperclip.
right.
In which case you eventually
right.
will. You'll
Right.
break your fucking mind because you worry so damn much. I'm not
Oh.
saying
Wouldn't you
you
be
do.
planting
Whoever the you
beans?
are we're talking
yeah.
about.
One.
One
Plant some
worries so
fucking
much.
beans next
Like-
time.
You, the
worry.
listener.
You, in particular, sitting in that chair, I see you.
You know the difference between worrying and planting beans? When
Somebody's going to have a harvest
when
and the
you
other
plant
one's not.
beans, a little while later you get beans.
You know what the difference between voting and masturbating is? When I'm done masturbating, I've got something to show for it. Boom!
Well, I consider, I think that a vote for nobody is a vote that an anarchist should be proud to cast. So, because you get to literally vote for what you want to.
Yeah.
Because the
In the words
reality
of Richard
is,
Pryor,
I'm not
none of
nobody.
the above.
Nobody is the idea that you should be able. I ain't gonna be no fucking governor.
He's not just a man. He's an idea.
And ideas are bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so long as you got another damn fool willing to change
I
his name to
believe in
nobody.
nobody for government.
Huh?
Nobody for government.
Well, that's the thing. What if they elected me to all the jobs?
I do.
Then nobody would do any of them. And they'd barely have to pay me. I mean, how many elected officials are there in America? If they sent me like $20 a year for each one of them, I'd take that to do the job because I wouldn't do it. I don't want any part of it. Fuck it. But give me the $20 and then you don't have to pay this other asshole. He's gonna do the job and his job is fucking you in the ass. So take the guy who won't.
Well,
Makes sense to me.
I'm going to
If the
delegate my
bureaucrats just
power
stayed
to
the
you.
fuck home, the world would be a better place.
And your responsibility is make sure that no one uses this power. Because nobody
Yeah.
deserves that kind of power.
And the thing is, the truth is, if I somehow got into, if I somehow got elected, which, I mean, it would be fucking cool. I'd be the best mayor ever. Or I'm running for governor now, aren't I? Okay,
Yeah.
I'd be the best governor ever. Because literally, I have no fucks to give about. I don't want to hassle nobody. I don't give a fuck. I think they should be left doing whatever the
I don't
fuck
wanna
they're
hassle
doing,
nobody.
even if I think they're out of their rabbit ass minds, I'm going to leave them alone to do it. Because I just don't give a shit. I don't care what they do. I just want to be left alone. I think they just want to be left alone.
It's beautiful.
Fuck them.
All right, good night, guys.
So be it. Well, just... Are we off the air?
Oh.
No, I'm...
Oh,
well,
no, I haven't...
Said good night.
Well,
I
just
haven't,
wanted to make one last comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there were some details of that situation that make it a completely different story, and that is why court is so important.
Mm.
Okay.
Anyway, there's an algorithm that I can teach you that modems use it, where basically if both sides are trying to send, and I'll stay here as long as you like, okay, and we'll both get what we want said, because we'll just sit here. We've jawboned till early in the fucking afternoon before. We'll do it again. I don't give a shit. I ain't proud or tired.
I wish there were better things to do.
What could be better? I mean, these are the things. This is, especially in COVID, okay? Revolutions come out of bars. That's where revolutions are fomented, because you got to be a little bit drunk to take on the government.
The only bars are digital.
Exactly. So, if there's going to be a revolution, we gotta start it, and I'm like I'm being Rich Paul now. I'm not going to be nobody for a while. Fuck that.
All right. How you doing, Rich? Been a minute.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you. You're looking good. But what the fuck was I talking about?
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know either, but nonetheless, I will listen to it.
You were saying
I think 3 is too many.
That revolutions come out of bars.
Revolutions come out of bars, but we can't go to bars. I mean, we can go to bars, but
here we are.
Most people aren't, and so, but I stand behind what I said at the fucking at the fucking rally yesterday, which is that the truth is, if New Hampshire continues to hitch its wagon to the other 49 states, those 49 lemmings are going to throw it over the fucking cliff.
True.
As they go into socialism. And the only way I see to escape a socialist fate is to get out of the fucking union. Because they're winning in America, but they're not winning in New Hampshire.
I have a feeling that if you offered it to a popular vote, definitely a majority of Americans would vote, we're tired of having California.
Yeah. And we should start doing that. That's the other thing. Okay, I'm going to do this if I become governor, but I'm going to pay for it all with my own money because it's my project. This is just what I'm going to do when I'm not busting your fucking balls because I don't care what you do. What I am going to fucking do is I'm going to find things that actually irritate me and fix them. What were we just talking about?
We were talking about, I
may have passed the point of usefulness.
So I said that I'm pretty sure if you just put it to a popular vote.
Oh, we'd vote California off the island.
Yeah, we'd vote
That's
California
what I was
going to
say. What if we started? What if we started that? We're always talking about, we should secede. We should secede. We should secede. Now, what we should do is we should get together with the other states and start voting states off the island. California, gotta go. New York, fuck you.
I think that
Texas, no.
I think that sounds like a good opening bid.
It's fucking funny, which is more than you can say for any secession conference since they stopped telling them drunk.
Let's say that America comes together and they're like, no, we will not vote California off the island. Then our second bid, because this is a negotiation,
Send those people to California.
is, okay, well then what do I have to do to get voted off this island?
Well, that's the thing, and that's what would happen. That's why I think it's fucking stupid, really, to try to discuss what the customs of the various tribes under anarchy would be. Because the bottom line is, people need tribes. People need social support. Most people, not Ian, he's an outlier. But most people need social support. Most people like it. They don't like having guns pulled on them, but they like being a member of a group of people who thinks they generally do the right thing. So that's cool. However it is you want to live, you chill with people who like it the same way, and you're going to be just fine.
Well, no man is an island, but Ian is an archipelago.
I can't say that word. There are some words that, and
off to the gulags with you.
Yeah, I read that book too. I liked it, but I could never pronounce it.
I ought to.
I mean, I didn't read it in Russian.
I ought to read that book. I mean, honestly, everyone ought to read that book.
Okay, we should do a talk about books that need to be read.
We should definitely talk about, okay, like, there are certain works of art in human history that have changed the course of reality. Now, we've brought up the Bible, which is definitely a collection of literature and stories, and obviously that changed shit, but that's hardly mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
But the Gulag Archipelago. Now, there is a piece of work done by a man who, instead of blaming his problems on government, and he had Stalin and Hitler to blame for his problems, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of that, he went, no, this is my fault.
Who did?
Solzhenitsyn.
Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah, the Gulag Archipelago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, there he is, a loyal party member in the Gulag. And what most loyal party members do, at least for a while, is, this will all be solved soon. They could not possibly leave a loyal comrade like me in the Gulag. But instead of that, he goes, oh, fuck, I'm in a Gulag. This is my fault.
It's never your fault if you're in a fucking Gulag.
He had Hitler and Stalin to blame for being in a Gulag. And he went, this is my fault.
Whacking one of those motherfuckers would have been a lot, and both of them would be beautiful.
Being bitter about having not whacked either of them is a great distraction from actually figuring out that this is your fault.
There was a Russian who wrote, I can't remember the exact question. It's saying, but he said something along the lines of, oh, how we burned in the camps. To think that there was a time when we could have fought back, and we didn't. Before they were disarmed. You know.
Here we are.
Yeah.
In the time before we are completely disarmed.
Yeah. But I don't want the world to be ANCAP. The world ain't ready for that. I want New Hampshire to be ANCAP. You know? And I want people who want to be ANCAPs to come to New Hampshire, and I want people who don't want to be ANCAPs to hear from me about how important it is not to have any organization with absolute power. This should be clear. You know?
Indeed.
It's the idea that anybody could think that we should give one organization absolute power, make it answerable only to itself, and then give it a license to kill for no measure, for good measure. Somebody hears those words and think, well, of course, why wouldn't we want to do that? What could possibly go wrong?
Well, I look at it this way. If someone hears me say something, they will either think that I'm right or that I'm wrong, more or less.
Now, these days, it's more and less. If they agree with you, they'll think you're perfect, and if they disagree with you, they'll think you're Satan.
Well, and here's the thing about that. If I'm right, and it's interesting, then they weren't right. And if
Maybe
I'm
you
wrong,
were both right.
And if I'm wrong, then they're right. And here's the thing about that. Imagine one person being wrong about a bunch of shit and having all the power.
Where you're wrong is thinking there's a right and wrong to everything.
Well, or we could take your right and wrong, balance it against your right and wrong, and obviously we're doing that much already because there's a person looking at me and thinking that what I'm saying is somewhere in the scale of brilliant to insane.
Yeah, they tend to flock together at those levels.
Right.
Crazy and brilliant, they go.
Right.
Two great tastes go great together.
And there's bound to be a mix of it in all of us. So, if you take those sharp edges and bang them together, they dull down. Right. So you don't ever want to give few people a bunch of power.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to figure it out.
It should be obvious. And I wonder, how does, I mean, did the kings all down through history just get so good at whacking anybody who didn't feel that they should have a master?
Yes.
That were left with nothing but the dregs?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
isn't that a horrific thought?
No, it's literally what happened. It's called the agent of the king.
What?
So the agent of the king is always on guard for what do they call them? Traitors. Traitors. Because if you're in a kingdom, thinking that there's not one man who has better access to God than you is treason. Of course, if you're in a republic, then thinking that there is one man who has better access to God than everyone else is treason. Treason doth never prosper. What's the reason?
It prospers all the time. That's the only way governments ever change.
Well, what's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason.
Yeah, I fuck that. I'll call it treason. Nobody tells the truth. Nobody fucking tells the truth. Because and people should.
Good to have you back, nobody.
Oh shit, I'm nobody again. I don't even remember who I'm supposed to be. I've been in fucking character for so long. I think that's part of the reason I'm going a little bit crazy, which I have been. I mean, crazier. It's all a sliding scale, you know. It's like yeah, I'd have to say I'm crazy, but you know.
Well, I'm not.
I consider a lot of people libertarians.
I'm not who I have been, but he's in here somewhere.
No. The thing is, you have to go crazy when the world is irrational. Because I'm a fucking engineer.
So
and just this idea that we've developed this society in which everything is carved in stone, everything is encoded in laws, and you can't move or think or breathe or earn a lesson without kissing their fucking asses. I can't live that way.
Believing that there is unearned authority is the deepest insanity that exists.
Well, except for those poor stricken souls who think that our elected officials have actually earned theirs.
Well, they don't really.
Some of them do.
They think they deserve it. They don't think they earned it. See, earned is a different kind
They think
of thing.
they work so hard for us. They're such
Earned-
heroes standing up for the
leaves
people.
Footprints.
These fucking assholes.
They don't think that they have footprints to prove that they earned it. They think that they deserve it. It's different.
Yeah, usually it's the same thing to me.
Well, so babies,
I don't care what you did to earn it.
Babies deserve everything. Inherently. They deserve to be fed and housed and cared for and loved and looked after and cleaned. They deserve everything because they're babies. Adults earn things. It's different.
You think?
And the idea that there is this unearned authority.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we just magically gave you our authority. That is the deepest insanity.
Well, not just that, but I mean, if I owned a store, okay, I would have a right to say, you can't come into this store unless you're willing to put a cork in your ass so you don't fart. It would be irrational for me to do that, but I'd be within my rights. I just wouldn't have any customers. Maybe one or two weirdos.
Customers
But the
you
thing
want,
is,
you don't have. And the customers you have, you don't want.
but the thing is, that's not a problem. That's just one idiot putting himself out of business.
Right.
But if the law says that nobody can do it different, well, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks it should be done different. So maybe everybody should do it one way and nobody should do it any other way.
Maybe.
Which is okay. I should be free to do it the other way. Because I'm a weird motherfucker.
Well, I'm a big fan of breathing oxygen.
I'm a big fan of that. I think you're gonna find that is pretty much universal so long as do you include enjoying being alive in that? Because, most people are so addicted to oxygen that they just can't stop. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're attached to being alive. It just means they want to avoid the pain of dying.
Yes. Yes, I would include the joy of life in that.
Yeah.
Not categorically, but personally.
See, that's the thing. It's not even that I give a fuck about masks or pandemics. It's just the idea that humanity is faced with this big problem, and one group of people knows perfectly and with clarity how it needs to be solved for everyone. And they're going to implement it that way. And if you get too much, fuck you. And
How
if you
much
get
are they
too
selling
little,
that for?
fuck you. Because this is going to be one size fits all, baby. There's only one solution to this problem. It works for everybody. There are no such solutions in the world. I can say that with certainty as an
And here's the thing. I am all for them saying that and selling that. As long as they don't send their fucking... As long as they don't send their enforcers to make me play along. Because I'm not going to play along. You don't actually know everything. I refuse to pretend that you do. Now, if you send people with clubs to hit me because I refuse to pretend that you know everything, well...
I'm going to pop cap on a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing I can do.
It really is. It's gotten to that point. It's gotten to the point where people are going to have to stand up. Well, you still can, before you're crippled by sitting around the house all day or blowing your brains out or fucking homeless. You know, at what point are people going to realize that survival requires you to have the gumption to go to work? That's not something capitalism invented or any system. You know, it's just no nation has ever been rich enough to afford to feed an infinite number of people. You know, you can't do it. Not unless everybody's working.
Well, so the thing about that, you will never get to an infinite number of people without creating an infinite number of brains.
But the thing is, that's exactly what they do. If you look at the evolutionary impact of the welfare state, it takes
dysgenic.
It's dysgenic. It takes people who ordinarily would have a hard time surviving, which would be sad. I don't want to see people harmed, but what it does is it puts them in a position where they have enough money to get by, don't have to work, and basically can spend their time chasing girls. And what that's gonna cause is a population explosion amongst exactly the people that you don't want.
Have you seen what happens to those that chase girls these days?
Well, if you're good looking enough, you can catch them and it's all right. If you're a star, they let you do it.
Top 20%. Yep. 8s, 9s, and 10s in the male world. Your world now. The rest of us. Well.
See,
video games. Video games.
The thing is, as an engineer, what I really like, and it sounds stupid, but it's really, I mean, I've got a dead wife. And that's why you were talking about fear of death earlier. I have absolutely no fear of death because there's an off chance that she's somewhere waiting for me. And if she is, that's where I want to be. But the thing is, I don't have the kind of faith to want to bet my life on that. So, you know, I'm just going to see how it works out when it works out. Because, you know, you don't want to rush to a party and find out it's not going on.
But you also don't want to show up at a party and not have a gift.
Yeah. So the thing is, what I would prefer, and the other thing is, I code like fucking crazy. I mean, like 40-hour stretches. I sit in front of that fucking computer, you know? And it's because, because I'm relearning a lot of shit or learning how to do it with new software, because I knew how to do it with the Linux boxes of 10 years ago, but now everything's subtly different, so I got to learn all the differences. Mostly improved. There's some brilliant shit, but you know, I have to learn it. And C++ has completely changed as a language, so I'm learning a lot of that. But
you mean
the thing is, huh?
You mean C++ is really C++? Conspiracy.
It's almost D++ at this point. And what's behind that joke? Because you knew BASIC, right?
Yep.
Well, y'all didn't have this in BASIC, but in C++ and many other languages, you so frequently increment a variable, add 1 to it, that you do it by signifying, by just saying like C, if that's the name of the variable, and plus plus. So the idea is that it was the next C, but they said it with a pun instead of calling it D.
Build the name of your programming language out of a pun.
Actually, surprisingly common in software. The first email program I ever used was one called Pine. Well, Pine was named because there was an earlier mailer named Elm. Okay, and Elm inspired Pine, but the name so they decided to choose another tree, and they called it Pine because it was an acronym. Pine is not Elm. And it's recursive.
And
because you could
Elm
also
like,
say Pine is not Elm is not Elm.
Well, was Elm like electronic letter mailing or something like that?
No, Elm was an earlier Unix mailer. It was.
Well, where did it get the name?
It
Elm?
was something that people used when their mailers still used to shell out to a program called Vi, which is still the editor I use. But only crazed techno geeks use it because it's the most beautiful thing in the world.
Gone on the deep end of crazed techno geeks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and the thing that's making me crazy in the world of fucking technology is that I am watching the Bitcoin market being choked out of existence by the fucking bankers. And not out of existence. We're still making money in crypto, but
definitely not out of existence. And honestly, what do you think they're doing to every part of every market?
Well,
they have their heel on our throat.
Well, fuck the rest of the markets.
In every part of every market.
Because when somebody starts trading in Bitcoin, they're not trading in their market. They're trading in ours. It's a different market. Every currency is its own market. And I don't like the dollar market because the dollar is based on bloodshed. And sometimes, we should really have I don't know if tonight is the night because like I say, I will keep going. I'm not proud or tired. I'm a little bit tired. I could use a drink. It wouldn't hurt me at all to take you want to put on some music, take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And come back and talk. Because I need some fucking soda.
Absolutely.
Jesus God, how long have we been running our fucking mouth? Me worse than you. I did 3 hours and then we did 3 hours.
Hey, to be fair, I was just doing 3 hours. And I even made a pun about the 3 hours
I
did.
lied. I didn't work tonight. You did. I thought. I'm sorry. I thought it was a different day.
No sense of time.
Clearly, I needed.
Nobody knows what day it is anymore.
Nobody knows what fucking day it is. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on because nobody is an absent-minded professor, and that's where I was going with the prostitution thing. Is the biggest boon to me of prostitution is that I could take 2 days. Or 2 hours out of my day, 2 hours a week, and get all of my thinking about sex dealt with in 2 fucking hours. And then I could go back to my computer and do what I need to be fucking doing. Because I don't want to be thinking about how the fuck to chase girls. I want to be thinking about how do we get the Bitcoin off the exchanges and onto the market because the exchange price is a fucking lie. You can't buy Bitcoin at spot anywhere in America.
When is the first time that you thought to yourself, how exactly can I download pussy?
What?
When exactly is the first time that you thought to yourself, how exactly can I download pussy?
Well, that's actually one way to go about it. The legal prostitution can be done in New Hampshire. I wonder if anybody's still watching us. But legal prostitution, I'm going to say it anyway. I don't give a shit. Let them listen. It's my idea.
Yeah, it's called pornography.
If you get this going, send me a fucking tip or something because the thing is, I'm really much better at fucking fixing computers than I am at figuring out how to work people. So somebody else might be able to do this better than me. But here's what you do. You go on FetLife, okay? and you start selling profile porn. So basically, instead of saying, for $200, I'll suck your dick, you say, for $300, I'll give you a picture of me sucking your dick. Well, the dick has still been sucked. But because the picture changes hands.
It was always the strangest thing in the world to me that there was this massive trial and all of this of like, oh, well, I don't know what pornography is, but I know it when I see it. And I'm like,
which just means I want to impose my fucking taste on you at gunpoint.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, sorry to be a stickler about words have meaning, but like they're often a pretty good guidepost. Porn means prostitution. Graphy means record. So you have a record of prostitution. That's actually what the word means. Now let's analyze what we usually call pornography with where we got the word. Well, what do we usually call pornography? Well, we give them money and then they fuck on camera. Give them money and then they fuck.
The only thing that you need to change to have legal prostitution is to add one word. You. Give them money and they fuck you on camera.
Selling is legal.
It's legal.
Fucking is legal. Selling fucking is illegal. Selling fucking records is legal.
Yes. And so that's what people should be doing. Sell that shit on you know, on the adult sites. The other thing that it will do is it will speed the exodus from Facebook because they're not going to tolerate that shit. And some people will be...
Also, FetLife is a better service than Facebook.
FetLife has its pluses and its minuses. I enjoy it.
It's not a more useful community than Facebook.
It is it's a much saner community than Facebook, I think, in a lot of ways. It's Facebook, they're always hysterical about shit. You ever see them hysterical on FetLife? Everybody's just chill. They're getting their dick sucked. Or whatever it is they have.
It's definitely lower upkeep.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's not...
Like your Facebook friends will extract a toll from you.
Yeah.
Your FetLife friends, they don't do that shit.
Yeah. See, the only thing I don't like about FetLife is like back in the day, I used to do BBSs. And they would have like adult areas in the BBS. And it would be just like the other areas, except people who didn't like that shit didn't go in there. And so, and so...
BBS being bulletin boards?
Yeah, bulletin board system.
Okay, so not big bone Serbians. Because they have special areas.
Some of those
too.
Serbians are hot.
Okay,
yeah.
so
I don't mind big bones. I mean,
just making a
I prefer
jargon
they don't have
check.
a penis, but big bone doesn't bother me.
Bump.
It's true.
Okay, you had earlier suggested that we take ourselves a little break.
I think the time has come.
I think we're running on
I'm clearly
fumes here.
intoxicated, and I think it's partially
when we
because...
come back from our break. Someone in our audience should have already figured out this system. And
do we still have an audience? Do we still have an audience?
Presumably.
I don't know. I'm not presuming anything. It may well be nobody will see this for a while, but sooner or later, somebody's going to look at it. Because even if the people who like us can't find the time to watch it, the people who hate us will be digging through it, looking for more reasons to hate us. One of the reasons I always try to keep haters is because that way somebody's going to read my stuff.
Yeah, it's So we had a rash of callings early in this, which I think were largely the same person.
The rash or plague, I don't know what we want to
call
call
of callings
them.
That
I mean, some of them were
funny
okay.
thing about these Nazi type assholes, they seem obsessed with libertarians. Why can't they just not think about liberty?
The reason is because all of their rhetoric, all their training, everything ingrained in them is all about liberty and the founding fathers. That's the propaganda. And they have to simultaneously,
they just can't quit us.
They have to engage in doublethink. They have to pretend that they're fighting for liberty. They have to use all the liberty rhetoric.
Well, that's why I called us cringe libertarians, because I'm the one true libertarian. It's only people that share my belief in the state.
I don't know if you're saying all libertarians are cringeworthy or not. That guy, I mean, really, the reason I muted him so much, he was just fucking irritating. I didn't like him.
Well, he dominated you.
And I don't get enough.
And then
I don't get paid enough to talk to people I don't
dominated
like.
him back.
Huh?
I mean, his tactic conversationally was domination.
Yeah.
So, and I've been guilty of this myself, but most of the time when I talk over people, I'm really excited and trying to explore concepts and bad at it.
See, I think I've got the answer to that, which is it's a lot easier when there are only two of us. We're both enthusiastic. We're both aggressive as shit. And with two people, it's manageable. With three people, we don't, especially because I got a short attention span. So if I don't get it out, it ain't coming.
Yeah.
But most of the time, like a lot of times, all I'm trying to do is like slip in a one-liner quip. So a lot of times, anyway, we'll work it out. There's actually an algorithm for it that they use in modems.
Well, yeah, and that's honest interrupting.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then there's dishonest interrupting, which is I'm going to do a power game by talking over you and also insulting you and talking over you some more.
That's why I was muting him. I was just like, suck my dick, bitch. This is my show.
Yeah,
nobody tells the truth. And nobody will be heard. But we were gonna go fucking drink something, weren't we? If nothing else, I need some fucking Mountain Dew and possibly some amphetamines.
So what are you playing?
Huh?
What are you playing?
A dangerous game. Oh, what am I playing on the fucking
music?
I should play some fucking music. I have no idea. I've been amused.
Okay.
The way I was.
Okay. If you don't know anything else to play, what I think you should play is George Carlin, The Words You Can't Say on Television.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make a playlist so that we don't have to worry about this.
Nice.
We'll just put it on randomize.
And
obviously, please contribute.
Because I remember he was like, "You can't say that. You're on the radio." No, motherfucker.
Well, there's gonna come a time soon when we're not on the radio at all. I've got the scheme. I'm designing it. And it's basically basically when you became an amp of the program, what you would do is throw up a BitTorrent server and basically give us basically set it up so that we can push to your server. So basically, basically you'd send me like you'd probably tell your software that if this person sends a PGP signed BitTorrent,
so media promotion can be reduced to a line of code,
to a few lines of code.
Close enough.
I mean, it's really about integrating it. All the software already exists. I could probably use an NNTP server as the go-between for the coins because that does exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm going to sit here and pretend I know what NMTP is. Yep.
NNTP was the Network News Transport Protocol, and it was used. Have you heard of Usenet or Google Groups?
Yes.
Google Groups were originally, or one of the things that they host there is Usenet, and it was a way of passing messages. It was a social media.
So that was like right after the BBSs. I mean, basically the same concept, but a little bit better done, right?
And during the same time, but you see, it was internet. When I was a kid, the only way I could get on the internet was to literally hack my way into servers at the University of Michigan Engineering School, because you couldn't buy internet access at any price unless you were a government or a corporation. Or super rich. Or knew somebody. But most people could not get internet service until about 95. And this was 10 years earlier. I was breaking into these fucking servers and using them to download Linux. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted Linux. It was like before version 1 of Linux. I was downloading it from ftp.funet.fi was one of the old servers.
So I'm going to be just a little bit tinfoil hat here for a second.
Yep.
But it's kind of weird that the internet got access to Marxism first.
It didn't.
Well, okay, so academia is thoroughly Marxist.
Well, probably true, although no, not. And not then, certainly. Those were different times. This is how they made it Marxist.
In 1985? 1985, it had absolutely been infiltrated.
It was a lot less Marxist 10 years ago than it is now.
Less, I'll give you that.
It was not the same ball of wax. You could have conservative views and go to college without being harassed when I was a kid.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
well, let me
it was the other side that was mostly doing the harassing in those days.
Well, let me put it to you this way, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine that in 1985, the most Marxist, socialist, communist parts of America were the State Department, the military, and academia.
The people who built the internet, though, were engineers. And engineers tend to be libertarian. Okay? Because engineers tend to know, or at least closer to it than your average.
They definitely tend to have free market discipline, that's for sure.
Well, they have to, and also just it's almost never good engineering to use brute force to solve a problem. And that's exactly what government does. It brute forces problems that need to be finessed. And you can't, those problems are not, none of the real problems of life are amenable to one-size-fits-all solutions.
True.
There's no one-size-fits-all solutions to drugs.
There's no one-size-fits-all solutions to anything.
Yeah. I mean, the problem of drug abuse can only be solved when each person solves their own fucking individual fucking problems that make it impossible for them to be present in their own fucking lives. I know what mine is, which is I'm getting ready to go to war. And I don't want to go to war.
Wait,
but
sorry,
war is going to come to me.
I'm sorry, I missed a trick. Wait, repeat that line right?
Oh, the solution to the fact that people have drug problems and will continue to have drug problems is something only they can do. They need to figure out what the fuck is broken inside them, and they need to fucking fix it. That's what AA is for. It's what a good church is for. It's what, because although I don't believe in religion, or I don't believe in Christianity. AA worked really well for me, and I'll tell you
may
what,
not believe
this is
in
how
Christianity,
they did
but
their
you know
rhetoric.
about the healing power of God.
But
that's a statement that one can make for a complete atheist psychologist. A complete atheist psychologist can say there is this healing power of a belief in God that applies to addiction at the very least.
Well, and it's certainly possible, but basically, AA, I think, works if you put enough energy into it. Partially because it's a replacement addiction for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. In that it makes you feel good if you go for an hour a night and hang out with people who are relentlessly positive, always looking for the bright side, and are actually happy to see you.
So I know it sounds cliche, but high on life is actually a thing.
Well, I mean,
and it's a very effective way of replacing certain addictions.
Yeah. I mean, having our needs met, it basically it produces serotonin and a couple of other chemicals, and they're the only things that really make you happy. How you get those chemicals
is a matter of your patterns.
It depends on your pattern. Sometimes you don't get any. And the thing is, if you don't get any, it's like Peterson's speech on the fucking lobsters. You know, when
you curl up into yourself and go into a dark corner.
Exactly. And that's what people think. Prostitution laws aren't important. Imagine how many guys could go out and function better in their lives if they could get a fucking happy once in a while and just not have to spend hours seeking it. You know? Just pay somebody to come over and then pay them to go away. You know? And I mean, I would love to be in a loving relationship, but I'm in one with my fucking wife. Yeah, I mean, she never cared. She didn't care about me fucking around when she was alive.
I would love for you to be in a loving relationship with the living.
Well, you know, that would be nice.
And believe me when I tell you, I know the difference, because I've been there.
The thing is, I've found a number of good women in my life that could love me. But Julie not only loved me, she could tolerate me. I mean, me, who I really am. She never once tried to change me.
That right there, that is the actual meaning of naked. That thing that you just described, that thing that she could tolerate, that's you naked. Like, that's the meaning of this. Words are awkward. They're terrible. We're trying to lift thoughts with words. It's like trying to manipulate clouds with tongs of steel. But there is some part of it that works. That is you unarmored, vulnerable, naked. She saw that.
Yeah, that's why I try not to do too much drugs on the air, is because I get nakeder.
No fucking kidding, dude.
Yeah. After a while, because usually most people they don't have time to sit here. I'll sit here for fucking hours and run my mouth with this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I ain't proud, but I do need some fucking drinks. So let's put some music. Yeah, I need to refresh a little bit because otherwise I'm just going to slip into stupid.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's the fun upside of not telling anyone when we're going to start. We also didn't tell anyone when we were going to end.
Well, fuck, we don't know.
Including us.
It's so funny when I get high enough that I can't type, because I'm a programmer. I type like 90 words a minute. I'm also tired. I've been awake.
Now
for a
you
long
don't. What happened to me? I'm down to 45 words a minute.
Oh, okay. How about this?
I can't be trusted to drive at 45 words per minute.
How about George Carlin shitting on government for 8 minutes straight?
Nice.
Well, we like war.
He's dead. I'm
We
going to
like
jack
war.
this
We're
shit,
a
put it
warlike
online
people.
where anybody can get it. The
We
full
like war
performance.
because we're good
Goddamn
at
right.
it. You know why we're
The
good at it?
thing
Because
is,
we get a lot of
YouTube
practice.
is such a waste.
This country's only 200 years
Think
old,
of
and
how
already
many
we've had 10
excerpts
major
there are on
wars.
YouTube.
We average a
when
major war
basically
every
all you
20
need to
years in this
do
country. So
is
we're
put
good
the whole
at it.
performance
That's a good
online,
thing we are. We're not very good
and
at
the
anything else
rest
anymore.
Is just
Huh?
the title
Can't
of
build
the
a
work
decent car.
and the
Can't make a
time
TV
index.
set or a VCR
From
worth of
this
fuck.
point to this point. That's what I want
Got
to
no
say
steel
here.
industry left.
But
Can't
you don't
educate
have
our
to have
young people. Can't get health care to our
millions
old
of
people. But
copies
we can
of-
bomb the
of
shit out of your
this
country,
5
all right?
minutes of the skit. Just
We
put
can
the whole
bomb the shit out of your
performance on
country,
there.
all right?
Anyway, copyright is brain damage. I'm going to go drink
Yeah,
soda.
YouTube is
Especially if your country is full of brown people.
They're keeping it
Oh,
all
we
to
like that,
themselves.
don't we? That's our hobby.
And soon it's going to be
That's
a
our new
different
job in the world,
of
bombing
information.
brown people. Iraq, Panama, Grenada, Libya, you got some brown people in your country. Tell them to watch the fuck out